Hey, good morning. We will reconvene. Moving on to agenda item B, Integrated Water Resources Strategy Update. And I wanted to say very quickly that on the last item we had a comment from Lisa Brown from Water Watch that I missed, but she will be emailing that to the department. And then we'll have at least one comment on this topic after the report. So, thank you.
Chair Quims, members of the Commission, thanks so much for taking the time to speak today. I'm Crystal Grinnell, the Integrated Water Resources Strategy Specialist, and I'm here to give a quick update on what is happening right now with the update on that project. So I am going to shorten my presentation a bit just to get us back on time, so just feel free to stop me if I've brushed over something too quickly. So the main things I wanted to cover today would be to just review the schedule that we have for finishing out this project, and then I'll hit on a few different changes that we should expect to see in draft 2. So an overview of the schedule that we have here. So we are planning to release draft 2 in April. We do have another commission meeting in June, and so that would be a great opportunity for us to discuss the comments that we receive on draft 2. We'll have a 30-day comment period on that draft. And then if the commission agrees that we're getting pretty close to finalizing the document, that would allow us to spend July finalizing the document, addressing those comments, the public comments and any other comments from the commission, and then hopefully looking at adoption of the final IWRS draft in September. So that's what we're trying to target at this point. So now I'll just run through at a very high level some of the changes that you can expect to see in draft 2. So again, we are planning to release this in April. The action priorities are something that is new. None of us have really seen those fully fleshed out yet. I did present back in December at a very high level what those action priorities are, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. We also talked about framework changes, so there will be a different framework than what we talked through in December. You will see some changes in that. And then there's also some narrative changes that you will see. So starting with the state action priorities, here's a slide that just gives a high level of the 3 different priority areas that we will be presenting. So we have Act with Urgency as priority area 1. Assist communities' preparedness efforts is action priority 2. And number 3 is adapt to doing more with less. And so underneath each of these priority areas, we're going to dig into what different agencies are going to be doing, and we're actually going to line out some metrics and some outcomes for those so that we can have something that we can convert to our work plan in the future and track some accountability. So what I've been working on over the last few months have been a refinement of the priorities with the governor's office. So a reminder that these priorities, this is a new concept for the IWRS having priorities. In the past, we've always had 51 action items, not in any priority area, but something that we're doing new this time around is to take just a subset of those and prioritize them. That was done primarily last year, where we got about 6 different agency directors together and that talked about action priorities that would occur over the next 5 to 7 years. We chose that time frame because the next IWRS update is due in 8 years. So that's essentially 3 biennia to get some work done. So we did also have some public meetings in November to review some of the draft priority language that the directors had come up with. And then most recently, we've been quantifying outcomes for that. So that's really been the focus as of recently. And so again, just reiterating that really the goal is to get all of this so that the priorities are going into a work plan. Okay, so now I'm going to shift modes here and talk about the new framework that you will see in draft 2. So we did receive public comment that folks preferred the organization that was presented in the 2012 and the 2017 document. So going back to just the 4 objective structure, 4 objectives and 4 chapters. So we will return to that order with some modifications, and I'll talk through some of those modifications very briefly in a moment. And then we've also determined that we would like to keep 2 new actions that we have developed for this. And then we are going to change the, redistribute the climate change actions. This is something we've always been talking about for this update. So I can show where that kind of ripples through there. So this is a draft of the next, what you will see in the next version of the IWRS. This is our draft framework that we're showing right now, where we've returned to the 4 objective organization. We have changed the colors a bit to match the 4 different colored chapters. We also have action summary sheets that are color coded as well. So that is a change that we're sticking with. And then you all should have a version. I know this is hard for folks to see online. You all should have a 11 by 17, which will allow you to see the number changes that we're proposing. And there are a few things flagged there. So I do have, for folks that don't have a version, I am going to go through some slides very quickly that zoom in on these so folks can see the changes that I want to highlight here. So in the first objective, first chapter, we're proposing a slight reorder of the action numbers. The first 2, just swapping those so that we can introduce surface water and groundwater monitoring more generally, and then our action that very specifically calls for more groundwater studies is second. And then there's also a new action that was never in this, this category or in this objective, but we have decided to remove the climate change actions from the 2017 version. There were just 2 climate change actions. One was very general, that really was redundant with essentially all of the other actions in the strategy, but this one that we've decided to keep, support basin scale climate change research, fits very nicely with these other data collection action items. So we're proposing moving 1 action from what used to be in objective 3, we're proposing moving it to objective 1. All right, so moving on to objective 2, really the big move here is that we're flipping the order of how we talk about in-stream and out-of-stream water needs. So the objective title is Understand In-Stream and Out-of-Stream Needs. And the 2017 version discussed out-of-stream needs first, so we're just flopping those to be more in order with the objective order of words there. So the in-stream and ecosystem water needs will be described first, and then the out-of-stream needs will be described second. And I do want to note that we are proposing to move one of the 2017 action items to an example action in a different objective. So that action item that was in 2017 called 2E, regularly update Oregon's water-related permitting guide, it's now under action 10F. So it's now in objective 4. Moving on to objective 3, we've got very small changes here. So like I had mentioned, we are now getting rid of the actions that were in 2017 under climate change. And this has afforded us a really nice, it has a nice side effect to the numbering in the system, where formerly in the 2017 version, we had natural hazards, which was called extreme events. Those actions regarding drought, floods, and earthquakes were numbered 5.5. A, B, and C, and now we're able to kind of take over that climate change numbering so that we can now just call them 5A, 5B, and 5C. So that was kind of nice by getting rid of climate change actions that helped us kind of clean up the numbering system in general without having to change too much else in the actions that follow. So the land use planning, critical issue, and associated actions, we do have one numbering change there because we have moved one action over to objective 4, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but the rest of the actions here are essentially the same. So last objective and last chapter. So water planning is, we're maintaining that critical issue name. It used to be called place-based efforts. It does include place-based planning, but also other types of planning as well. And so that is the category where I wanted to flag that formerly Action 6B, improve state interagency coordination. We've moved that from land use planning over here to the water planning because it does better encompass the greater coordination that we need at the state level, not just in our land use efforts. And lastly, the last change I'll mention under, I guess I have two small ones I want to bring up here. So water use and management, we do have some number changes where we've just switched the order of reuse and storage. And we've done that because we did have a lot of folks that were reviewing the document, really giving a lot of input and feedback into our conservation action regarding reuse. And we just wanted that, we let folks know that we do have a standalone reuse action item, and we thought having it closer to the conservation one made a lot of sense there. And then the other change we made in that critical issue is that there was an action item that is just a little outdated. So it was called Continue the Water Resources Development Program. That was originally from the 2012 version. That references a program at the Water Resources Department specifically. It's a funding program that we now refer to as Water Project Grants and Loans. It didn't seem appropriate to keep that action as a standalone. Funding for water project grants and loans is captured under our funding actions now. So we have gotten rid of that one. And then the last thing I'll mention on this chapter is the funding. We did formally have action items 13C, D, and E that covered different types of funding that we needed for planning, feasibilities, and water resource projects. We've collapsed those all together into one action item, 13C, given the fact that we're talking about a lot of funding programs that do fund all of those different things at once. And so it was a little more, it was difficult for folks to pick one or the other actions, and sometimes we needed to flag all three depending on the project type. So this kind of cleans up that effort of aligning a single action item in the IWRS with a funding action for different types of projects. So that was breakneck speed. Any red flags from folks? Any discussion items at this point?
Commissioner Newman and Commissioner Lee after that, please.
Thank you. One thing I'm not seeing is there's a lot of new small hydropower going on, like something we'll hear later in the meeting, and that's not an out-of-stream use. It's actually a non-consumptive. So I'm not sure where that's going to fit into Section 2.
So hydropower does have an action item under, it's actually under Chapter 3, so in the red box, under water and energy, we've got Action 4B, develop non-traditional hydroelectric power. And so that's where a lot of that in-conduit hydro is picked up
Right,
there.
I did see that, but it seemed like there should be a distinction in Section 2 as well.
Regarding hydropower?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have anything in there because there was never anything quantifying need for it. So the out-of-stream needs are really focusing on water use and measurement, and then the bigger demand component. Those are kind of like the water need pieces, most clearly. But thank you for that comment.
Okay.
Thank you. This is, I think, much clearer and more logical, and I'm happy. And I hope that the interest groups and the public will find it more clear as well. It really makes sense to me to put it together this way. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman.
Any other comments or questions? Vice Chair Smitherman?
Yes, thank you. Crystal, I just wanted to say thank you to you. I know you've been working on this with your team for a long time. I mean, you've had to pivot many times. And I think that I was able to follow this layout. And and I feel like it's something that will be digestible to the general public in Oregon. So, you know, in particular, Objective 3, if you could go to that screen. Understand the pressures that affect our needs and supplies. I mean, that's very straightforward. Not a lot of water jargon like we're all used to. You know, it just lays it out of basically what is impacting us. What are our challenges going forward? So, anyways, I do appreciate the layout and I appreciate all your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smotherman. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Lee?
Thank you, Crystal. Really appreciate all the work that you've done on this. One thing I was wondering is what is the feedback from our partner agencies on the modifications? Has there been another meeting where they've been able to see this?
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. We have not talked extensively about this. Basically, we've just kind of informed that this is the new rollout, that we're going back to these things. Their input is still heavily taken into consideration in a lot of the red numbers that I went through. So those changes that we're proposing in the numbering and the ordering, a lot of that was all input from that team over many, many months working together. So that's where we're holding that in there. So I don't have any significant feedback on what we have from the agencies on this new change. Yeah, thank you.
And I want to thank you for your work as well. You've pivoted so many times, it probably felt like traveling, but, and I know it's difficult to write a product for so many audiences and so many reviewers, and I think you've done a great job, and this is a great revision, so I want to thank you for your work.
Thank you, Chair Knopf. Go on with the presentation. I do just have a couple more slides for us. So just to highlight the narrative changes for draft 2, these are all items I've discussed previously in December. So we are proposing to have a new front section to the document that we've never had before. When you open the cover, you're going to go right into priorities. So those action priorities, where we're planning to spend our efforts over the next 5 to 7 years, will be at the front end of that document. We also will have a shortened introduction and context. You'll see more appendices than we've seen in the past, where we're tucking information into that location so that we're able to keep the narrative a little bit shorter. And then the last thing I'll mention are the example actions. And I want to give folks a visual on that because I think it's helpful to talk through these two changes. So the example actions in all of the previous versions of the Integrated Water Resources Strategy had a call out box like you're seeing on the left there. That's a shaded box where you're reading narrative, but then you've got a call out box that shows your example action. So examples of how you would implement that action. Draft 1 did not have those boxes in there. We've reinserted those boxes, so that's what you will see in draft 2. Additionally, something new that we have, you saw this in draft 1, but this is new for the whole 2025 IWRS in general, is that we have action summary sheets. So that's the second place you're going to see the example action items. You're going to get a lot more information on those sheets as well. So those are all going to be in an appendix, and that's where we got a lot of input from our agency partners in terms of really coming up with revisions to the example action list, but also some resources for each one of those action items. So if there had been program that was already working on it, or if we had deliverables, that's where agencies were able to contribute that information. So that's the last thing I had on really what to expect for draft 2 that's coming out next month. I did just want to close with a reiteration on our proposed schedule here. So this is what we're hoping to accomplish. Have a 30-day review window in April. We'll get comments back to the commission in May. In June, we'll come back together again and we can discuss the comments that we received and some direction for a final version, hopefully. And then that would keep us on track for a potential adoption in September. And then we can start working on this project and get that work plan developed. So that's all I had for today.
Thank you. Commissioner Newman?
Quick final comment. I think that when you take this out for public review, you might want to either have, maybe you have already done this, you might want to have an action summary or some way of highlighting the climate change pieces, since it's, sort of now throughout. I mean, I went through and highlighted a few that seemed to me to be relevant, but I think that you're going to want to be able to do that as people review it.
So there is a new, thank you, Commissioner Newman. We have a new section in draft 2 that was not in draft 1, which is narrative regarding the climate change. So in the past, we had really distributed the climate change narrative throughout, and we're retaining that. In every action, if there is something that's climate related, the word climate shows up in a lot more places in this version. So we're keeping that. We have reinstated the climate change section, and there is a section in there where we now have we have a table that discusses climate mitigation actions, because that was some public comment feedback that we got from folks, that this is great that there's a lot of climate adaptation actions, but what about mitigation? And so we do have, when you look at the full 50 plus actions, there's a mixture. Almost all of them have a climate component, and a fewer number of them have a mitigation. So we are attempting to show that in the narrative itself.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Have a public comment on this? Okay, thanks.
Generally, comment on those basically the same. I don't. Don't think on mine, but I will double check. Also not. Are there any other public comments?
Thank you. All right, thank you for the report. Thank you for keeping us on track.
Yeah, thank you. We'll see you in June.
Appreciate it. Next, we'll go to agenda item C, is the strategic plan update.
I'm afraid to jinx anything at this point. Good morning, Chair Quimps, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Laura Tessler, and I am the department's policy analyst, and I am here with Policy Section Manager Danielle Gonzalez to present an update on the strategic planning process now underway. I can't see my slides. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I thought you were controlling that. Sorry, I didn't know we were supposed to. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay, next slide. It's not working properly.
I have the wrong glasses for this.
Which one is that? Okay, thanks, Ivan. Okay. Okay. Sorry, excuse that. Okay, strategic planning is the mission control of the agency. This plan is an update to the last strategic plan that will carry through for the next 5 years. This will allow for better alignment with budget cycles, the legislature sessions, and for agency planning. The plan will outline our agency direction, how we accomplish identified priorities, and identifies benchmarks and criteria that we will use to monitor and demonstrate our progress in achieving our identified priorities. The plan will also assist leadership in making critical decisions on how to allocate precious resources to areas that need it the most to reach identified goals and objectives. Why are we doing this now? First, an agency strategic plan is required by DAS, and a diversity, equity, and inclusion plan is also required by DAS. We will be producing a joint equity plan and strategic plan instead of 2 separate plans. The agency equity team has been asked to collaborate on strategic planning efforts. By continuing to fully integrate equity into the strategic plan, the agency can ensure that equity values are not standalone initiatives, but fundamental drivers of innovation and positive impact. Finally, this is a good plan and a good time to do this with a new director and with the addition of over 100 new staff. I'd like to use this slide to touch on the concept of the golden thread, which refers to the clear and continuous alignment between our agency's priorities, strategy, and day-to-day operations. By using a golden thread to tie together the agency priorities, strategic planning, and the agency portfolio, we ensure that every aspect of our organization, goals, initiatives, and individual actions are connected and aligned throughout the planning process. This slide shows some of the highlighted agency successes that came into being from the last strategic plan. You will note that many of these actions were helpful to staff at the field level, such as the addition of 7 well construction and dam safety staff and new program roles. The addition of 4 enforcement division staff is a tremendous help at the field level, and the creation of a new region has helped allocate workload in a way for staff to equitably serve constituents with the huge and unique challenges in the Klamath Basin. We would like for the next strategic plan to produce many of these types of field-level actions where they can assist agency staff to be most effective working with agency constituents and partners. Some of these actions were crucial at the agency level as well, such as the implementation of the place-based integrated planning program, the communications team, who bring benefits across many different programs. A brief history of where we came from on strategic planning. I'm very grateful for the immense amount of work done by my cohorts before me. They developed a great starting product and gave me a great platform to begin with. We believe in taking a fresh, streamlined approach to this iteration of the plan, and it will make it easy for staff to draw from in their daily work and for external partners to clearly see where the agency derives its direction and demonstrated on-the-ground agency priorities in action. These strategic priorities came from the IWRS, the Governor's Natural Resources Office, the legislature, and input from partners and constituents. We also have a priority to measure engagement and staff retention. We are very much interested in learning on how to recruit and retain the very best and brightest to move our agency into the place it needs to be to meet the challenges of the future. These priorities help us to gather information from staff on whether they are realistic and achievable, and the feedback that we gather from staff in turn helps us to establish clear and measurable objectives that lead to goals that can be accomplished in 5 years and that are an easily replicable process. The strategic plan pathway shows how all pieces of the plan fit together to form a final plan. This is what staff will be developing after we gather feedback on the priorities from staff and our external partners. It is important to note that this is where staff and external party feedback has its maximum value. This feedback will help staff in constructing the goals and objectives of the strategic plan. Strategic objectives answer the question of how will we accomplish our priorities. The goals help guide decision-making and resource allocation by setting a schedule and a sense of scale. Metrics should answer the question of how will we measure success and how do we know when we have met our goals. This is the planned timeline for strategic planning. We realize we are moving quickly, but we believe it is feasible with highly motivated and experienced staff and secured support from leadership. We are writing an external communication and engagement plan that will involve tribes and a variety of external partners. We plan to engage with tribes and other partners in April and May, and we hope to give presentations there. At this time, I would like to pose a question to members of the commission. Actually, I have a question in 2 parts. Given that I will be returning to you in June of 2025 with a draft, I would like to ask you if you would like to comment on these 4 priorities before you. Specifically, from your perspective, do these draft priorities address the key issues for the department? And what other concerns and questions do you have? And I'll just pause there. And please excuse me for a minute. Sorry.
Commissioner Lee?
We had originally planned that the commission would have a retreat in March to start talking about the strategic plan and other issues. And I see there's a very broad external outreach program, but shouldn't there be some time before June that there's a chance for the commission to weigh in with staff? Maybe that's an Ivan question.
Chair Quimps, Vice Chair Smitherman, and Commissioner Lee, members of the commission, we're working to meet a deadline given us by the Department of Administrative Services to get the strategic plan done. Fell behind because of some additional work that we've put into the integrated water resources, and spinning out of the integrated water resources are 3 of the 4 priorities that you see here. So our attempt will be to convey information as we go through the drafting of the strategic plan to the commission as best we can, but we're just frankly out of time to really engage at a significant level. We'll be working hard to get you the draft document well ahead of the June commission meeting for your review, and we'll be able to accept your feedback and input at the June commission meeting, incorporate that into the final document that we'll try and get done and across the finish line by September.
Thank you, Director Gall.
I have a comment that the priorities there from the strategic plan, to me, 1, 3, and 4 are how we do our work, and number 2 is, I think, the one that's more goal-oriented. So, I think 1, 3, and 4 are kind of operational in nature, and I understand that makes sense in a plan that's really for the staff for the next 5 years to move things forward. But I guess I feel like there should be more what and not high-level goal statement. Thank you.
Chair Clems, if I could speak to that a little bit. Really what we're trying to do is pull the information from the IWRS that has had engagement with this group as well, and pull that forward. So the first 3 that you're seeing are really, they are statements, right? They're statements, they're not necessarily the official outcomes, because there's going to be a lot of outcomes and sub-actions, and then work plans that are developed behind each one of those particular ideas. On the 4th one is really more internally focused, and so that's probably where we would lend ourselves to really get some additional feedback from you. Hopefully with us having a draft in June with this commission, you'll be able to actually react to something instead of just kind of like the entire, right? So that's the hope, is us bringing it forward in June for that purpose.
Thank you. Commissioner Newman?
I guess my question follows up to some extent on Chair Kemp's question. When I look at these, it could be any agency, these 4 bullets, and I'm just wondering if each of them needs a little more, I don't know, a predicate or something. In other words, act with urgency to do what, or to, to reach what end. Adapt to doing more with less because, et cetera. And assist community preparedness efforts to what, respond to climate change, to deal with aging infrastructure. I mean, I feel like there's just a little bit of context or a little bit of detail that might be missing to make these connect back with the IWRS a little more clearly.
Information forward in June and work those through a little bit better. I mean, the key is that for us to get to some metrics, right? Some metrics that we can actually say, okay, did we, in milestones, did we get there? Are we on track? Are we not on track? And then if we can align those very closely with our environmental justice reports that we do, our sustainability reports that we do, and the IWRS portfolio management, if we can align all of those together, that's the hope, and that's kind of like that what she was saying about the golden thread. It's really about having kind of like the nesting dolls, right? Like it should all kind of like fold together. And so what I'm hearing is that really we're missing that connection between the IWRS and the strategic plan, how they tie together, and then what then is the next step stage. So that's what I'm hearing from you. Thank you.
I have a couple other questions that are probably pretty lengthy, but the report states that the input included expectation from the governor's office. I know the governor had released an executive order regarding the Resilient Columbia Basin Agreement, and I can go into background on that if it's necessary, but I'm wondering if anything from that executive order is being reviewed and considered in the strategic plan.
Commissioner Clements, I would say that we haven't gotten that far yet. We're still in early stages. Right now, the initial engagement internally has been in the field and not necessarily with our senior leadership as of yet. So I'm hearing what you're saying, and I think Director Gall, I believe, wants to say something as well.
Chair Quims, members of the commission, I think just for a little bit more context, what you noted, Commissioner Newman, the general statements there in the three goals, those are as taken from the IWRS today, and those are written for all the natural resource agencies, particularly the ones that deal in water. Crystal has gone above and beyond, as have staff from other agencies, and beneath each of those are a number of specific tasks that are being generated now and reviewed. And it will be those specific tasks. We will then high grade that list from the IWRS that'll go into the strategic plan. So again, remember, the IWRS is going to be good for 8 years, strategic plan for 5 years. There will be 2-year work plans coming out of the IWRS. All of this is going to be incorporated to keep us on task and then come up with the specific metrics to track some of these things. And Chair Quimps, we are engaged with the governor's office and Jim McKenna on the Columbia River work there. We play a very, very small role in that. And so we are part of the governor's executive order. We've got some reporting requirements to do there, but happy to discuss more so we can understand your thoughts and concerns on it too.
Well, it just, the executive order directed departments to use the authorities and responsibilities and resources they had to be responsive to the Resilient Columbia Basin Agreement, and also develop new ones that it would need to be responsive to the Columbia Basin Agreement. So I'm just thinking that there's probably some very tractable things in there that might be in a strategic plan.
Thank you, Chair Mark.
And I think Vice Chair Smitherman had a question that I missed or had her hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Chair Quimps. Could you go back to the 4 bullets, the 4 priorities, please? With urgency. Okay, I know that there's been a lot of push to work more collaboratively with other agencies and the governor's office, and to have more meetings with the governor's office and the natural resources group there. So I was wondering if that would be considered another priority, or if that's already encompassed in one of these 4. Or if it's necessary. Just a
Sure.
thought.
Thank you. Chair Quimps and Commissioner Smitherman. Absolutely, these are, because we haven't necessarily put together all of the different steps and projects and all of those kind of things that kind of come with a strategic plan, those would all be integrated more into the work plan of like, how do we get there, versus having it as a high-level goal by itself. So if that helps to explain that a little bit better.
No, it does. Thank you. I just thought I'd bring it up just in case it was something that you thought would be important.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And it is important. It just may not be necessary to call it out as a priority in this sense. So, understood.
I have another question or point. I appreciate the governor's office calling out important issues, and when you look at the idea of doing more with less on some of these topics, like climate change, for example, given the period of this plan and the current administration, I think we can expect little to no federal support for that kind of work, and so we will have to do more with less. It's obviously a very relevant and important topic. One suggestion, it's maybe I'm getting into too much into the details here, but I know Oregon State University is preparing to do, they're finalizing a supercomputer that's being built with a large donation from an alumni who's the CEO of NVIDIA, and he was very clear that one of the purposes of that supercomputer was for climate change modeling, for people to be able to basically go into the future, model different scenarios, look at what the outcomes were, and come back and make good decisions for the future. So I would encourage the state, the department, to consider an MOA or maybe some kind of tighter relationship with the university around that capacity and that potential, and expecting that for the next several years at least, we may have to do more of that on our own. So something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Quinn.
Thank you. I know that we're going to be looking at hundreds of legislative pieces coming up and budget constraints, et cetera. So what we have in June may need to change a little after that, but it looks like with the September deadline, we can make that work well.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. That absolutely, we've talked about what would happen at the end of the legislative session. This is the good thing about having 2-year work plans, is you can adjust for every single biennium on what the resources are available if we needed to make changes. But it still keeps your strategic plan fresh, if that makes sense.
Commissioner Mall?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Laura, for this work. And just in direct response to your request, I think these are consistent and helpful. I would say that more so than I would have thought 2 months ago, Priority 3 now deserves a lot more attention, because I think the federal reality is going to begin to affect us more and more in the years to come. And so that sense of adapting to fewer resources, I think, is going to be critical. I'm curious if you wouldn't mind, are you all doing any scenario planning or thinking around that now, the federal situation, in the finalization of this plan?
Commissioner Mall, yes, we are. We're having conversations on the federal funding questions, and that is pretty much discussed at every meeting, I would say, around the agency. And so, of course, the strategic plan would want to identify potential non-resource related changes that you can make, right? So you have resource related changes you can make, and things that, if we go out for federal funds. In our agency, our federal funding is less than 1% of our total budget. So in, relation to some others, that is, a direct line is a little bit harder to show how it's going to impact. What it will impact, though, is our scientists that work closely with our federal partners and our federal partner agencies. So that's, I think, where we will probably see the biggest impact. And so that will definitely be something that we'll have to continue to keep our eye on as the federal administration makes their changes.
Yeah, that's good. I think you're also going to see a severe decline in the amount of match that community partners are going to be able to bring to projects. And I think we need to consider that in programs that we're developing today as the ones that we're implementing now. And I think under fostering forward thinking and resiliency, part of that is just a commitment to discretion within staffing, because meeting schedules aside, being able to have the ability to adapt on the fly to things that are happening on the ground, I think, is just going to be critical to maintaining trust as we continue to try to build trust in some communities that are more or less doubtful. Within this, this perturbation now coming from the federal government, especially being able to demonstrate that, yeah, we can work with people and don't have to rely on going back and redoing rules and things, but on the ground staff have discretion, I think, could be particularly helpful. So appreciate that Priority 4 as well. thanks for your work on this.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you,
Mall, for that
Commissioner Mall.
comment. Understanding sometimes how you can identify opportunities when they come forward. It's really important for us to do this planning now. So when opportunities do come that are within our milestones that we're trying to accomplish, it is much easier to identify and saying, oh, we do need to hit this within this time frame for us to be successful with our strategic plan. So I'm glad that you pointed that out, and thank you very much for that, Commissioner.
Related to Commissioner Mall's point and my earlier point, the topics of doing more with less, cultivating forward thinking, being adaptive. It's probably important to also look for opportunities to collaborate with and work with Oregon's 9 tribes that have both staffing and resource capacities that can be helpful on mutual issues. So.
Thank you, Chair Clems. Commissioners, that is actually something that we've been pulling aside and now doing, so on the rulemaking side, I'll use that as an example. Rulemaking is one we can make internal changes pretty quickly. So when we do our public noticing now, when we are working through rulemaking, we actually are separating them out in the public notice and not putting it within the similar racial justice pieces that are required. We're putting tribal in a separate category and working specifically with tribes as much as possible. I will say sometimes it's difficult to be able to get two-way engagement on that. Crystal with the IWRS and Laura with the strategic plan, and then Laura Hart, our other policy analyst that is also our tribal liaison, helps to facilitate notifications and facilitating a request for consultation. So we are trying to do a better job in making sure that we can fully engage with tribes at their desire. Yeah, thank you.
Anything else in a report to review? Oh, all right. Well, thank you for the report. And if we're ahead of schedule, could we maybe get to the next agenda item before lunch?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Chair Kemp and members of the commission, thank you for meeting with me here today. For the record, my name is Martin Sanchez, and I'm a hydroelectric project analyst for the Oregon Water Resources Department. And I'm here to present the Basin Program exception request for the Sandy Basin Program on behalf of the City of Tualatin. Let me get started. So why are we here? Well, the City of Tualatin had recently applied for a minor hydroelectric project within their municipal water system using water that they get delivered from the City of Portland. Although they get the water delivered from the City of Portland, that water actually comes from the Bull Run watershed that's in the Sandy Basin Program. And under current rules, use of water for purpose of generating hydroelectric power is not classified as an allowable use for the Sandy Basin Program, which is why the City of Tualatin has requested a basin exception request for the Sandy Basin Program to allow hydroelectric use within their municipal water system. So what are basin programs and why do we care about them? Well, basin programs are administrative rules which establish water management policies and objectives and which govern the appropriation and use of surface and groundwater. And why do we care about those, right? So in our initial water right review, when we receive an application for a hydroelectric project under ORS 543-17, we look at the minimum standards of the project and if that project is in the public interest or not. So we use those basin programs to help guide us a little bit within that initial review to determine if that project is in the public interest or not. Now going back to the application overview, the city followed their application for the project on August 8, 2024. Again, using water that they already divert from the city of Portland, but sourced at the Bull Run. Their current use is only municipal use. However, they would like to add a turbine in their system to allow for the production of hydroelectric generation. And their peak flow within their system is at 4.5 cubic feet per second. However, I would like to note that their average daily flow within that system is about 2.5 to about 3.5 CFS. I also wanted to provide an overview geographically of where the source of the water is coming from compared to where the project location would be. As you can see to the east where the Bull Run is at, that water would flow west to the city of Portland. And then from there, it gets delivered to the neighboring municipalities in the area via a series of pipes. As you can see, the city of Tualatin down in the southwest part of Portland, they actually get a diversion next to the city of Tigard. Just want to provide that overview. So when determining a basin plan exception, we must answer two questions, right? One, does a request meet one or more of the criteria under ORS 536-95? The applicant here states that they actually meet two of the criteria. One, that the use is largely non-consumptive in nature and likely not to be regulated for any other water rights. And two, the project will also provide a public benefit such as a riparian or watershed improvement. The second question we must answer is the use consistent with the general policies of the Sandy Basin Program? And we'll get into those here shortly as well. Starting out with issue one, does a request meet one or more of the criteria under ORS 536-95? Well, the city of Tualatin currently already diverts water into the municipal system, so they wouldn't be diverting any additional flow into the system. The hydroelectric project would actually be in parallel to an existing pressure reducing valve that's in place right now that actually currently captures all the pressure of the water. That pressure would actually be going to spin the turbine if they were to install the turbine there, and there would be a non-consumptive piece to that. So that would satisfy that requirement under 536-295 item C. And also, the hydroelectric project will serve to reduce water system operating costs and improve water affordability for the population of the city of Tualatin. It's important to note that the city is also thinking of upgrading their fleet to like an EV fleet and adding charging stations to their location as well. So that project's going to help improve or help with powering that movement as well. Also important to note that the building where the project would be housed at also serves as an emergency response center for the city. So having that energy readily and available will be helping for that movement as well. So that would be providing that public benefit as well in that. So going back to issue one, does the request meet one or more of the criteria under 536-95? The answer to that is yes. And I go into question two, is the use consistent with the general policies of the Sandy Basin Program? We'll look into those right now. So I provided a few of the general policies of the Sandy Basin Program. Because there wouldn't be any more diversion taking place, that diversion is already taking place within the municipal system, there wouldn't be any in-stream water rights being injured with that diversion. And also because the use is non-consumptive, there wouldn't be any in-stream water rights being affected by that as well. The applicant has also applied for a water source that has no history of regulation, and given that the city of Portland has exclusive rights to Bull Run water, there hasn't been any regulation for hydro projects in that aspect. And also, because we're already diverting the water, the proposed use will not result in any over-appropriation of the stream. So going back to the question, is the proposed use consistent with the general policies of the Sandy Basin Program? The answer to that is also yes. So the department has come up with three alternatives for the basin plan exception request. One, we could approve the request for the basin plan exception, and therefore we will continue to process their application like any normal hydroelectric project. Two, we could deny the request for the basin program exception, therefore would probably deny we would deny the application completely. Or three, we could take no action and direct staff to continue to work with the applicant and look what other rules we have that could meet their needs as far as developing a project. The director's recommendation was to recommend alternative number 1, that the commission approves the request by the applicant for an exception to the Sandy Basin program as the use is largely non-consumptive in nature. I would like to add a little piece to that. We wouldn't be making the full determination of the water use for the public yet. We would just be determining the first piece of that, as that first piece, as determining if this project serves the public interest or not. So we'd like to note that. We would, if approved, we would still continue to process the application like any other application, publish our documents like our PFOs, and allow the public to comment on those processes as well. So I'd like to note that. That's all I have for today. I do like to thank the commission for taking time to hearing my request. I do look forward to hearing response as well. I would like to take any time to answer any questions that the commission might have.
Martin, any questions from the commission? Commissioner Lee?
I would just like to say that these kinds of inline projects are really a win-win for everyone, just reusing the same water without making any changes to the stream. I did, as a consultant, I wrote the permit for the city of Portland to do the same thing at Mount Tabor, and it's really been a boon to the city, and I know Tualatin will really merit from this.
Really?
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes, you said that the water right allowed 4.5 CFS, but the average was 2 to 2.5. Nothing in this allows or gives the Tualatin an incentive to divert more than they need to create extra power, does it?
Commissioner Wolf? Yeah, so it wouldn't, they wouldn't be diverting any additional flow for any capacity that they need for hydroelectric generation. They would just be using the water that's already flown in their pipes, and then they would put the turbine there to spin that, and then create the energy from that water that's already flowing. So they wouldn't be upping the flow to 4.5 for the power generation. They would just keep it at that constant flow that they usually use the water at. Yeah.
Commissioner Newman?
Unless I'm missing something, this seems like a really easy yes.
Newman?
That sounded like a motion.
We're ready for a motion.
Yeah, I move to approve alternative 1, that the commission approves the request by the applicant for an exception to the Sandy Basin program as the use is largely non-consumptive in nature.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Smitherman, seconded by Commissioner Wolf. Call for a vote, please. Commissioner Newman? Commissioner Lee? Commissioner Wolf? Commissioner Kahara?
Yes.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Vice Chair Smitherman?
Yes.
Also vote yes, motion passes. Thank you for your report.
Thank you, everyone from the commission. I really appreciate your time here and listening to me today. And I know the city of Tualatin is really excited for this project to develop in the future. So thank you on behalf of the city of Tualatin as well.
Director Gall, do you think we can cover the next item as well before lunch?
Chair Quimps, I think it would be my recommendation, if it's okay with you, that we go ahead and recess and allow the tech team to get in here and continue to work on these issues, and then pick up the agenda at 1:15 there.
Okay, sounds good. I need to announce that there was a dental retainer found in the hallway. Is it a Parks reception if someone is looking for it? And we will break for lunch then and reconvene at the scheduled time of 1:15. Thank you.
Lights off, so I'll just give it a little reboot. Is that your microphone?
It's that microphone
It's this one?
playing on the speaker.
Okay.
Can anybody in Zoom hear me? Is anybody there?
Hi, Mindy, we can hear you.
Was that Vice Chair Smitherman?
That was Alyssa, and also you're very quiet.
This is the best we're gonna get. We're just gonna have to kind of shout, unfortunately.
So, Alyssa, can you hear me better?
No, not really.
Okay, I think it's going, is your microphone on over there?
You want me to turn the microphone on here?
Well, no, I think I'm actually. Clearly, I've never used this before. Julie, can you hear me? I think they were picking up from there. I don't think this was actually working. It was Alyssa that was calling. Alyssa, can you hear me?
I can hear you. It is quiet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. For those of you that are online, just note that the electricity is out here in Salem, Oregon, and we are having to employ some backup plans here. So just sit tight. Thank you. All right. Ken's going to get something that maybe will help with the so I need to change it to managing this. What is this?
Probably coffee. That's probably coffee.
No idea. Measuring cup or a beaker?
It looks like a beaker coffee mug.
Yeah.
I've seen those sets before, they're pretty cool.
Are they taking it out of boxes and all that stuff?
Ken thinks the wrong thing might have been ordered, so yes, check.
Okay. Let's go talk to Parks.
Hello, this is a test. This is only a test.
Fantastic.
Commissioner Mole, can you hear me?
I can. Kind of far away, but I can hear you.
Garrett, Cassidy, I think we're gonna have to get everyone close to the owl.
Closer to the element. We did just turn up the volume on that. Can we do one more test?
Commissioner Mole, can you hear me, please?
I can, yeah, and I can hear those people in the background too. It's a little quiet, but it's clear. It's not staticky.
Is it any better than the last time I chatted with you 5 seconds ago?
Oh man, my memory doesn't work that well.
Chair, could you give an audible test for Commissioner Mole, please?
Can you hear me, Joe?
Yeah, but it sounds like you're getting picked up. Are you standing next to the owl, Mindy?
I am.
So it sounds like Eric got picked up by the owl. Is that what you all are trying to do?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It just sounds like you're farther away from the owl.
But can you hear him adequately?
As long as he speaks steadily and with power, yes.
Joe, I'm more concerned if you'll listen.
More concerned that what?
me,
Well, we
Garrett,
can,
can you help me pull the tables forward? They're gonna have to get closer to the owl.
that would be easier, with all the.
Commissioners, we're gonna move your chairs in so you can get closer to the owl.
Just small adjustments. Sorry, I'll move the tables, but I can't move you.
I expected the chairs to have roll caps.
You're gonna have to make it.
Strategic goal, plan goal number 4. Yes.
Alright, we're all gonna have to use our stage voices.
Stage voices.
Right. All we need is a campfire. Marshmallows.
What can I do for you, Lisa Hania?
They also like. Right, like that's probably what they did back.
I'm not aware that anyone has been reached, anyone on the third floor. Thank you for checking in. Well, it doesn't start till 1:15 unless you want to start early.
Michael said that all of the chats, all of the chats in the.
This was just charged, so if we need to run some other phones.
Vice Chair Smitherman or Commissioner Mall, can you hear us in the room?
Yes, I can.
Okay, you are clear in the room.
Get your audio up and running. Okay, we'll reconvene and.
Chair, would you all like us to keep our videos off? Will that reduce your power consumption, or would you like us to have our videos on?
Hey, folks, for the record, this is Ivan Gall, Director of the Water Resources Department. For those of you who aren't aware, downtown Salem has lost power, probably off for the last hour or so. So we've put together the best we can. We're depending on one OWL camera for a speaker, the microphone, and the video. Joe, for your question, I don't know if it's going to draw any more power to have you on video or not. But we are going to go ahead and proceed with the meeting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Quemps.
Thank you, Director Gall, and I understand we'll try to get through the 2 action items while we have power. And hopefully it'll be restored, but we'll get back into the agenda with item B.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Quemps, Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Charlotte Whitefield, and I am one of the department's community engagement coordinators. And with me today is Adair Muth, the department's grants manager, and Danielle Gonzalez, the department's policy section manager. We are here today to present the proposed rulemaking for Division 601, Best Practices for Community Engagement Around Water Projects. Just to orient those online and those in the room for today's presentation, we are going to be talking through the slides for those in the room as we don't have the presentation up for you to view. And then for those online, we are also going to be providing an additional comment. Next slide, please. So this presentation today is going to be broken up into 5 sections. We will be providing an overview of ORS 541-551, which is the founding legislation for this rulemaking. We're going to go through the process for the rulemaking and the proposed rules themselves. We'll be providing a timeline for public notice and an overview of the feedback received from communities on these proposed rules. We will also be providing an overview of the implementation and finally, alternatives and director's recommendation for the commission action today. And that would have been presented on a presentation slide. So to provide an overview of ORS 541-551. So ORS 541-551 passed into law in early 2021. The purpose of this legislation was to increase meaningful involvement of disproportionately impacted communities in water projects. The bill named 6 agencies, including the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Business Oregon, Oregon Department of Health, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, and Oregon Water Resources Department. WRD was named as the lead agency for this multi-agency initiative. ORS 541-551 also contained 3 main directives. This is what is presented on the slide, and I'll read right now. So this ORS required the agencies to develop community engagement best practices for water projects. It also allowed the agencies to make water project support available to develop and implement community engagement plans. And lastly, it required that any community engagement plan that was supported by the agencies utilize the 10 best practices developed. Next slide, please. So to ensure that ORS 541-551 met its intended goal, as defined, the law defined disproportionately impacted communities to include those listed on the slide, and I'll read those now, just for those in the room. And this list was meant to be inclusive as many Oregon communities as possible. Specifically, disproportionately impacted communities in the definition included rural communities, coastal communities, communities of color, tribal communities, areas with above average concentrations of historically disadvantaged households, low levels of educational attainment, high unemployment, high linguistic isolation, low levels of home ownership, high rent burden or sensitive populations, or any other communities that face meaningful barriers to participation in the public process. Next slide, please. So although the agency's missions and mandates vary extensively, the agencies named in the bill collectively work together to develop best practices for community engagement around water projects. To focus our collective efforts, the agencies developed a shared vision statement to move our work forward. As shown on the slide, the vision statement says, although through the collective development of the best practices in community engagement, the named agencies aim to promote meaningful inclusion of disproportionately impacted communities in decisions related to identification, planning, and implementation of water projects. Next slide, please. So ORS 541551 had a long process of developing the best practices. So community engagement was critical in the process of developing the best practices for community engagement and was essential to all of the named agencies. So what's shown on the slide, and what I'll be verbally walking through those in the room for, is a timeline starting in fall of 2021 and moving forward through July in August of 2024. So in April of 2023, the agencies began to develop best practices through initial conversations with communities across Oregon and by extensively researching existing guidance from other state agencies and federal agencies, in addition to working with community experts in the field of engagement. In February of 2024, once the initial draft of the best practices and the guidance document were created, the agencies held a virtual open house to share the guidance document and encourage community conversation around the best practices themselves, and also to encourage the community to help guide us through the work as we move forward. This virtual open house was attended by 109 individuals. In March through April of 2024, in order to provide additional opportunities for community members to help shape these best practices, 2 virtual roundtables were held. These roundtables were structured as informal community space to share their ideas and their perspectives, and numerous organizations were invited to attend these 2 virtual roundtables. Lastly, in July through August of 2024, the guidance document was shared widely through each agency's networks. As an informal public comment period, agencies received 64 distinct comments once sharing this document from 12 community members. Next slide, please. So in September of 2024, following the revisions to the best practices based on all of this community feedback, the agencies unanimously adopted the guidance document. This document is provided to the Commission as attachment 1 of the staff report. Specifically, the guidance document outlines 10 best practices in community engagement that are to be used by local organizations and local governments in water projects supported by the agency. It is important to note that this guidance document acknowledges the use of the best practices may change over time, specifically with the size and the scope of the water project, as well as the needs and outcomes of impacted communities. This document also describes the who, what, where, when, why, and how of community engagement. Next slide, please. So for ORS 541551 implementation, as the agencies begin to implement this ORS into our programs, I would like to just highlight a few key aspects of this process. So no funding is allocated by ORS 541551 for the actual implementation of this rule. And as such, each agency is taking a slightly different approach in recognizing best practices within their programs and their agencies. WRD is internally incorporating these best practices into our Community Engagement Foundation staff guidance documents. And these are guidance for department staff to further work within communities and do community engagement. In addition, WRD aims to implement best practices using existing funding programs through the proposed rulemaking, which is Division 601. The department is proposing to implement this rule specifically through Water Supply Development Account, commonly referred to as Water Projects Grant Zones, and the Water Conservation Reuse and Storage Grant Program, commonly referred to as the Feasibility Study Grants. Next slide, please. So the next slide is going to be orienting us through the rulemaking process itself. So on the screen for those online, you'll see a timeline starting in August of 2024, moving into today's commission. I'll be going through each of the steps that are shown on this timeline, which is in total 7 different points in time over that period. So following extensive community engagement and the development of the 10 best practices, the department began a formal rulemaking process in August of 2024. Notice of proposed rulemaking hearing public comment period were distributed via multiple methods, including email delivery announcements to rappers, federally recognized tribes, to department listservs, and to relevant legislators, as well as a posting on the Secretary of State bulletin. The department invited numerous organizations, government bodies, businesses, and interested community members to sit on the Rules Advisory Committee, or RAC. In addition to encouraging RAC members' comments and feedback throughout the meetings, members of the public were welcome to attend RAC meetings, and public comment was taken at the end of each RAC. And we had 2 RACs during this process, one on September 16th of 2024, and a second on October 30th of 2024. So following this RAC process, a formal public comment period was open on December 2nd for the proposed draft rules. In February of 2025, the department confirmed with the Oregon Department of Administrative Services that lottery revenue bonds, the current funding source for water project grants and loans, cannot be actually used for community engagement plans. The department intends to keep water project grants and loans within Division 601 to remain prepared for the potential future funding from general funds or other eligible funding sources in future legislative sessions. Feasibility study grants are proposed to be funded through general funds in the 2025-2027 biennium and can be used to support community engagement plans upon the adoption of 601. Staff thoroughly reviewed and addressed each public comment that was provided during the public comment period that was extended through February 24th of 2025. And here today, we are to present the final draft version of Division 601 rules of the best practices for community engagement around water projects. Next slide. So the purpose of this division is to meet the legislative mandates of ORS 541-551, which states that the named agencies shall recognize best practices for community engagement around water projects in rule. Moving forward, if Division 601 is adopted today, applicants to water projects grants and loans or feasibility study grants will not be required to conduct community engagement plans. But if they choose to request funding for community engagement as part of their applications, they will have to follow the best practices and other guidance as outlined in these rules. Division 601 contains 7 sections, and I will read those on that would have been presented on the slide, and we will be briefly going through each of the sections here today. So it has a purpose, definitions, funding for community engagement plans, best practices for water projects for using community engagement plans, application requirements and evaluation of community engagement plans, public notice and funding agreement and reporting for the community engagement plans. Next slide. So the purpose of this division is to establish rules to invite and support meaningful involvement of disproportionately impacted communities in the development, implementation, or both of a community engagement plans for water projects that are eligible to be supported by authorized Oregon Water Resources Department grants and loans. And the slide would have been just the purpose statement as read. Next. So the next slides, we'll be highlighting several different key definitions that are provided within Division 601. So in Division 601, 10 definitions were specifically defined. The department, using community and RAC feedback, defined 2 new definitions, specifically meaningful involvement, which as presented on the slide and I will read now, is members of disproportionately impacted communities have appropriate opportunities to participate in and impact outcomes of water projects that will likely affect their community's environment, economy, and health, in addition to a new definition for best practices, which includes goals, approaches, and strategies used in the development and implementation of community engagement plan to increase the meaningful involvement of disproportionately impacted communities in decisions related to the identification, scoping, design, or implementation of a water project. This is the first time that these terms have been defined in Department OAR, and their use in this division and throughout the department's community engagement work will be important moving forward. Next slide, please. We also highlighted 3 additional terms for the purposes of this slide. That was also Community Engagement Plan Applicant, Community Engagement Plan Grantee, and Water Project. So ORS 541551 also specifically identified the intended users of best practices as local organizations as defined by ORS 174117 and local governments as defined by ORS 174116. To thoroughly implement ORS 541551 and to provide funds for community engagement plans, the department has focused Division 601 around water projects, grants and loans, and feasibility study grants. As such, applicants and grantees for community engagement plan funding must be eligible to receive funding from water project grants and loans and feasibility study grants. It is important to also note that applicants and grantees do not have to be the water project implementer themselves, but the water project implementer must be involved in the community engagement plan to ensure meaningful involvement for disproportionately impacted communities in the decision-making process for the water project itself. Next slide. So funding for community engagement plans. Available for community engagement plans will be contingent on the funding source for each program. Community engagement plans seeking funding must be associated with a specific water project. The water project, which is the focus of the community engagement plan, must include fundable actions as outlined by water project grants and loans and feasibility study grants, guidance documents, and the water project does not need to have already received funding from water project grants and loans or feasibility study grants. However, the project does need to meet all funding requirements for these programs, including any funding match requirements. Next slide. So for best practices in community engagement, best practices for water projects for community engagement plan section, which is section 400 of the rules. This lists 10 best practices from the guidance document itself. It also outlines components required for a community engagement plan, including a framework of how communities will be engaged in the water project itself. The department also describes 3 main parts of a community engagement plan framework, which is described in the section that should be developed as part of the community engagement plan itself. This includes goals for equitable participation, approaches for meeting these goals, and guidelines for how community feedback will be considered throughout the community engagement plan. This section also requires applicants and grantees to use the 10 best practices in community engagement throughout their community engagement plans. Next slide, please. So section 5, application requirements and evaluation for a community engagement plan. This section specifically outlines that applicants shall comply with feasibility study grants and water project grants and loans application requirements and may propose not to incorporate one or more best practices in community engagement within their community engagement plans, but must justify why and provide alternative best practices. This section also outlines that plans will be evaluated based on the criteria for feasibility study grants and also water project grants and loans. Additional criteria outlined in Division 601 include the impact of the water project on the communities, the budget, and the applicant's those qualifications of the community engagement plan project team. So it's important to note that this section specifically allows both the community engagement plan applicants and the grantees to thoughtfully incorporate best practices into their community engagement plans in order to meet the needs of the disproportionately impacted communities and the needs of the water projects themselves. Next. So section 6, which is public notice. Feasibility study grants and water project grants and loans programs currently provide public notice for program funding. This section is intended to be increased transparency that community engagement may be occurring and allow impacted communities with the ability to meaningfully be involved in all stages of the proposed project. The department As part of this section, the department shall denote applications for both programs that include community engagement plan components for a water project. Next slide. So last section, section 7, funding agreement and reporting of community engagement plans. This section, as provided on the slide, but I will read for those in the room. Grantees shall comply with all grant and reporting requirements of feasibility study grants and water project grants and loans. Submit a progress and final reports that include the use of the best practices, how communities' involvement occurred in the water project or the water project planning, and feedback received from communities and how it was addressed. The department may impose other community engagement plan specific conditions or terminate, reduce, or delay funding if a community engagement plan fails to comply with any of the provisions of this subsection. This section really does ensures accountability of the community engagement plan throughout the process of the grant agreement. Next slide, please. So the next slide is the same slide showing the rulemaking process as I verbally described. And really the point of this slide is to highlight that throughout the development of the proposed rules, the department welcomed and received community feedback. This feedback was essential in shaping the rules as they were presented to you today. Public comment period for the proposed rules opened on December 2nd and continued through February of 2024. Staff thoughtfully reviewed and addressed each public comment period, or each public comment and feedback that was provided. And the following slides will focus on those feedback received from communities. So the next slide is on tribal engagement. So before and during the rulemaking process, tribes were invited in informal and formal engagement and were provided updates via staff-to-staff cultural resources clusters and the Natural Resource Working Group. They were also sent government-to-government letters and emails inviting coordination and consultation on the development of the best practices, rules, and the solicitation for RAC membership. And also were distributed notices of proposed rulemaking in an email and an email on the public comment extension. Tribal engagement was essential throughout this process in the development of the 10 best practices and around water projects and throughout this rulemaking. Next slide, please. So the next slide is tribal comments summary. I am going to have to read the slide for the record and then provide some additional comments. Apologies, I'm talking at you quite a bit for this presentation. So for those online and for those in the room, one written tribal comment was received as part of this rulemaking. This comment indicated general support for the rulemaking, but raised two specific comments and concerns as listed on the slide and as I'll read to you in a minute. And further information on this comment is provided to the Commission in attachment 5 of the staff report. So this information was presented as a table of comment themes and responses. So the first theme that was provided was concern relating the financial burden for participating in an engagement process. Our staff response was the rule allows for compensation of disproportionately impacted communities, including tribes, when funding does exist and if the community engagement plan is funded. Compensation details will be further outlined in further guidance documents that will be provided as part of rolling this rule out in grant programs. The second comment, request for engagement during the development of a community engagement framework. So our staff response was the framework development guidelines will be further developed as part of guidance documents in the grants programs, and the department will continue tribal engagement on the development of these grant guidance documents. Next slide. So next we will be going through public comments that were received during the public comment period. So there were 6 written comments and 1 oral comment that was received during the formal public comment period. The following slides will highlight high-level themes and public comments received by the department. Further information on public comments were provided to the Commission in attachments 6 and 7 of the staff report. And I will read the slides. So the slide that's currently up has comment themes and staff responses as a table. We highlight 3 specific comment themes on this slide. The first is public notice and comment period to be explicitly included in the rule language. Our staff response was section 690, 601, 600 was added in response to this comment is within the rules as they are presented today. The next comment, rules are restrictive because they only allow for project developers as eligible grantees. The staff response, applicants do not need to be the water project developer to be eligible for funding, but they do need to be a local government or organization as authorized by ORS 541551, which is the founding legislation. The third comment, clarification on the application process and related requirements. Staff response, rule language has been added to clarify that community engagement plan funding requests are a component of the grant application materials for feasibility study grants or water projects grants and loans, and not a separate application process. Next slide, please. The next slide has 2 additional public comment themes and staff responses. So the 4th theme that was provided, further guidance and clarification is needed on the criteria to be used to evaluate community engagement plans. The staff response, section 690, 601, 500, subsection 3, has been updated to include the word relevant evaluation criteria. Relevant evaluation criteria will be identified in grant-specific reference materials and will be specific for the community engagement plan development. The last comment. Concerns that the community engagement plan must be part of a larger funding request for the entire water project rather than a standalone funding request. The staff's response, community engagement plans are not required to be part of a larger funding request for feasibility study grants or water projects grants and loans. Community engagement must be associated with and focused on an eligible study or water supply project which meets all the funding requirements for feasibility study grants or water project grants and loans, including match requirements. So the following slides will be presented by Adair Muth, our department's grants manager.
Thank you, Charlotte. Good afternoon, Chair Quemps, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Adair Muth, and as Charlotte mentioned, I'm the grants manager in the planning, collaboration, and investments section. I'm going to share the fiscal and racial equity impacts of these rules before moving into how we will implement these rules. We consulted the Rules Advisory Committee on the fiscal and racial equity impacts, and they can be found in the notice of the proposed rulemaking, which is attachment 3 of the staff report. The slide, which I apologize you cannot see, is the fiscal impacts. So I'll go ahead and read that. But the rules are not expected to have significant fiscal impacts on the department beyond the ongoing expenditure of grant funds for water project community engagement plans in communities across Oregon and the additional cost of departmental support for these grantees. The rules may have a positive economic impact within Oregon communities, as funds may be used to compensate disproportionately impacted communities' participation in water project community engagement development and implementation. Then the next slide, I'm just going to touch on the racial equity impacts. So no unintended adverse consequences on racial equity are expected from the proposed rules. The proposed rules aim to increase meaningful involvement of disproportionately impacted communities by supporting the development and implementation of community engagement plans for water projects. They include provisions for tribal engagement in water projects, recognizing federally recognized tribes as eligible applicants and participants within community engagement plans, and they include specific best practices aimed at including engagement with federally recognized tribes. Next, I want to talk about implementing these rules. So we will be implementing these rules in 2025, if they are passed, of course, through our feasibility study grants program, which I know you are all familiar with. This program provides funding to evaluate the feasibility of a water conservation, reuse, or storage project. Applicants will be able to apply for community engagement funding in the next funding cycle for feasibility study grants. As noted by Charlotte earlier, to receive community engagement funding, the proposal must be for a project eligible for feasibility study grant funding. A community engagement plan on its own could be eligible for a feasibility study grant as long as it's supporting the feasibility of a water conservation, reuse, or storage project. So on the slide, we have our anticipated timeline for implementing these rules for feasibility study grants. So our proposed timeline is spring and summer of 2025. We'll be developing the guidance documents for how these will be incorporated into feasibility study grants. Then we plan to announce the next funding cycle, including funding for community engagement in the fall of 2025. And then spring of 2026 is when our grant applications would be due. I'll just note that this schedule is pending our receipt of additional funding for feasibility study grants in the current legislative session. So apologies you can't see this slide, but our next slide is the commission action and alternatives. So I'd like to present to you the three alternatives that are also in the staff report. So number one, adopt final proposed rules as modified by the department following public comment. These rules are in attachment 8. Option 2 is adopt final proposed rules as modified by the commission. Option 3 is to not adopt final proposed rules and request the department to further evaluate the issues. The next slide is the director's recommendation, which is option 1, to adopt the final proposed rules as modified by the department following public comment, again, which is attachment 8. So with that, thank you so much for your time. Charlotte and I are happy to answer any questions, and I think Danielle, when she is back.
Thank you for the presentation and adapting. You're probably very thirsty by now.
Charlotte did a lot of talking. Thank you, Charlotte.
Do you have questions or comments from the commission?
I just want to make sure I'm tracking through the various parts of this. Thank you for your presentation. So right now, these grants can only be used, can only come from the feasibility.
Can you speak louder,
please? These grants can only come from the feasibility pot right now, right? Okay. And there's no additional money provided for this part of the program, so it would be taking a piece of the feasibility pot for any particular plan, okay? And they're voluntary, right? And maybe this is too early of a question that would be addressed in guidance, but will there be sort of preferences given to feasibility applications that also include community engagement plans, or is that not yet decided?
Yeah, Chair Quemps, Commissioner Newman, thank you for the questions. I know we were nodding, but I want to verbally say, so hopefully I capture them all. Yes, it is correct at this time. We will only be able to fund community engagement plans through feasibility study grants because our funding source.
Speak louder. Everyone in the room, could we all speak louder,
Okay,
please?
I'm trying. I'm a soft-spoken person. I feel like I'm shouting at you all. Okay, so our current funding source for feasibility study grants is general fund, which can fund community engagement. Unfortunately, our funding source for water project grants and loans is lottery revenue bonds, which cannot fund community engagement. So we chose to leave water project grants and loans in the rule so that in the future, if we receive a funding source that allows us to, it's already in the rule. But yes, at this time, only feasibility study grants. We did not receive additional funds for community engagement. So any community engagement that is funded would take from that feasibility study grant pot. I think your third question was if there's any preference for those that propose to do community engagement, and we have not addressed that yet. There's no preference in the rules. I think we will be working through that as we work to incorporate if that's something we would like to consider.
One final question related to those. There may be, as I understand the rules, there may be compensation available for participation of some groups in these community engagement processes, and that will be determined, I think you said, by the funding source. I mean, can you clarify that a little bit?
Yeah, I think what, sorry, Commissioner Newman, thank you for the question. I think what we were referring to is at this time, water project grants and loans wouldn't be able to because of the funding source. Feasibility study grants would. What that looks like, again, we need to work through as we work to implement that. So I can't tell you exactly how that will work, but by the time we get to the fall, we will have the answers.
Okay. So, any idea how many applications you might get? I mean, is this something that there's been an expression of interest in? I mean, I feel like the funnel, it's like only these, and it keeps getting narrower and narrower, and I'm just wondering how many are gonna actually come out at the end of the process.
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Newman, we aren't sure, and I'll speak louder. We aren't sure exactly at this time how many people exactly are interested, but there has been interest in doing community engagement plans as part of feasibility study grants. Doing community engagement early on in a project really is beneficial for the project itself, helps scope out the project, give priorities, and give that project information from the community that is really essential for a beneficial project. So exact numbers I cannot unfortunately provide to you, but there has been quite a bit of interest in that being an ability, especially since the water project implementer themselves do not need to be the primary applicant, but have to be associated. That allows groups to partner together and leverage each other's interests and expertise to do community engagement and the water project most meaningfully.
Thank you.
Chair Quimps, Vice Smitherman has her hand up in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Smitherman.
Is it my turn? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. Thank you for that. If you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good. Okay, thank you for that presentation. I know that's a lot to get through. Appreciate how you articulated everything and went through it. I had many of the same questions that Commissioner Newman had, so thank you for answering those. And also, you mentioned that you would be putting together some guidance reference materials this spring. Is that something that the commission would be able to look at, provide comment and feedback on at some point? Or is that not part of the process?
Chair Quimps and Vice Chair Smitherman, if the commission is interested in reviewing documents, that is something we'd be happy to bring to you. It potentially could delay when we are able to implement this, just given schedules. So I don't want to say no.
I understand that, we've got a lot of
different.
different opinions, and if you let us at it, we might be here for another year. So I do understand that, and maybe just understanding that going in to taking a look at some of these requirements. I mean, it would be good for us to get and understand it before we have to vote on it and actually issue those grants and the funding for those community engagement plans. So that's all that I would recommend. Thank you.
I was going to ask you if you could describe how this would actually work if an applicant is dealing with the project and they were getting comments from people, but it sounds like that will all be in the guidance document.
So Chair Quimps, Commissioner Lee, so some of that information about exactly how would a water project implementer or the community engagement plan implementer kind of walk through communities and receive community feedback will be within those guidance documents for the grant program. Some of that is also slightly outlined within Division 601 as presented to you today. As actual project implementer and/or water community engagement plan applicant has to create a framework for community engagement as part of their application. Part of that will hopefully encourage those applicants to think through what is meaningful engagement as it relates to their project specifically, and help identify those pathways for communities to really meaningfully involve and to incorporate that feedback.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Got a question about the thoughts on reporting on this, frequency, and so as we learn to go through this, maybe reporting back to the commission on how it's working and what improvements might be required.
So Chair Quimps, yes, we are more than happy to provide updates to the commission as this Division 601, if adopted today, moves forward within the programs. This is a very new program and concept for not only our agency, but all 6 agencies. We are the first agency to move forward with rulemaking, and the other agencies are very excitedly watching our process. So we are more than happy to continue to share how this rolls out, not only in our program, but as we continue to learn and continue this process, how it's also rolling out in other agencies program. As part of ORS 541-551, every 5 years, the agencies need to review and think back on the best practices or the 10 best practices that were developed collectively and reflect on that in an adaptive management type structure. So there will be a continued learning in this process.
Chair Clubs, if I could add on that particular one, when you do see the grant authorizations, so those will come forward to you as the commission to approve those grants and loans anyway. So you'll have some ongoing information that's coming forward.
Commissioner Newman?
Just one final comment. That's good to know, because I think that it seems like these are going to have to be kind of a trial and error. And, you know, there were comments about, well, this could be used to sort of whitewash or build, you know, consensus for a project. I mean, there are comments on both sides of that issue. And it seems like this is as good a place as any to start, and then it's just going to have to be refined as you go forward and see if it's used and if it's useful.
Did the power just come back on?
Yes.
Power did. Did you see
Everybody goes. So for those online, our power just went back on, which is why you're hearing sighs.
Sounded like all the printers in the room or all the electronics turned back on.
So given Commissioner Newman's comments, are we ready for?
Oh, make a motion. So, you have the language, Commissioner Kimura?
I believe it's here.
Yes.
So I move that we adopt final proposed rules as modified by the department following public comment as shown in attachment 8 to the staff report.
Second by Commissioner Newman. We'll start online if you can hear Commissioner Mall.
Yes.
Yes. Vice Chair Smitherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara?
Yes.
And I also vote yes, so that passes. Thank you again for your work. Adapted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Quemps,
Yes, Commissioner Mall.
as a post-vote comment, I would just really encourage staff to learned from the continued work that I think goes on for the two current grant programs and in the development of those grant materials, quite frankly, push the envelope as much as you can on the flexibility that's allowed by rule, because I think if not, we'll run into the same sort of problem where, for example, a project that's proposed to get some community engagement somehow gets limited because it doesn't meet the three standards or other things. I again just want to encourage that kind of creative adaptive mindset in the creation of those grant applications and grant review guidelines. We want to support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair Combs, before we move on, can we pause so we can get back on the regular internet connection?
Sure. Take a break for how much do you need, do you think? 15 or?
Is that okay?
15-minute break, or 45 minutes ahead of, yeah, that kind of time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have to call for everybody's.
How long is the break?
15-minute break.
Thank you.
reconvened, and just a quick recap for those who are joining online. I think you're expecting us to be on schedule. We're ahead of schedule. We've completed agenda item D, and the commission did authorize the exception to the Sandy Basin program to allow for power generation. We also completed item E, and the commission did vote to adopt the new rules for Division 601. Now we'll go to agenda item F, proposed rulemaking for Division 602, place-based water planning, and we anticipate that we'll also be able to complete the director's report and the approval of minutes this afternoon after agenda item F. So, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Clemps and members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Lily Prawl, and I am the Planning Coordinator in the Planning, Collaboration, and Investment section at WRD. I'm joined today by my colleagues Adair Muth, who is the Policy or the Grants Manager at WRD, and Danielle Gonzalez, who is the Policy Section Manager. I will try. Our Rules Coordinator, Margo Mushkuskaya, is unable to join us today, but she was instrumental in helping with this rulemaking process. So we're here today to talk to you about place-based water planning and the rules for Division 602. I'm going to kick things off with some quick background on place-based water planning before diving into the rulemaking process and the proposed rules. We'll do a high-level overview of the public and tribal comments we received and the fiscal and racial equity impacts of the rules, and finish up with the alternatives regarding rule adoption and the director's recommendation. Starting off with some background on place-based water planning, it has been a while since we presented to this commission about place-based water planning, so I just wanted to start off with a brief reminder of how the program has developed over the past decade and where it stands now and what our plans are moving forward. So place-based integrated water resources planning began as a recommended action in the 2012 Integrated Water Resources Strategy. The idea was to empower communities to engage in a collaborative planning process to determine how best to meet their unique in-stream and out-of-stream water needs. The planning scale would reflect the unique characteristics of a place and provide a venue for water interests to voluntarily come together and work in consultation with the state. The first step of implementing this action was completed in 2015 with the publication of a set of draft guidelines for place-based water planning. The guidelines outlined a 5-step planning process that was piloted starting in 2016 by 4 communities across the state after legislation and funding to support a pilot was passed. Agency staff worked hard to support these 4 pilot groups developing the pilot as it was being implemented, creating processes and products to provide technical assistance, providing planning support, developing additional planning guidance, administering grants, and acting as planning participants. In addition to the 4 pilot groups, which are the Mid-Coast, the Lower John Day, the Upper Grand Ronde, and the Harney, the Deschutes has also started piloting the place-based water planning draft guidelines. In 2022, the first place-based water plans were recognized by this commission, and those groups had entered a new phase of implementing their plans. That year also brought the publication of 2 really important reports that have helped us evaluate the pilot and determine the future direction of place-based water planning. And the first of these reports was an independent evaluation, which was completed by Rebecca McLean and others at the National Policy Consensus Center and Oregon State University Cooperative Extension. They talked with many different pilot participants, including planning collaborative members and state agencies, and developed a list of 9 key lessons learned. The second report was from a legislatively created work group on state-supported regional water planning and management. That report developed a list of 22 recommendations, 19 of which were specific to place-based planning. These recommendations informed the creation of a permanent place-based water planning fund in 2023, which is in statute as ORS 537872 and ORS 537873. In addition to establishing a permanent fund, this new statute defines place-based integrated water resources plans and planning, provides granting, contracting, and rulemaking authority, and describes requirements for interagency consultation, state recognition, and public, tribal, and county notification related to the fund. In scoping the work needed to stand up the new fund, the department determined that rules were necessary to implement the new statute, which is consistent with our other grant programs. So we looked at the recommendations from the 2022 reports and consulted staff to develop a set of draft rules that we took to a rules advisory committee. We also consulted the 6 other agencies listed in statute to assess their capacity to participate in helping to stand up the new fund, and started convening regular interagency place-based planning staff meetings with the Department of Environmental Quality, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Department of Agriculture. This year, we are hoping to adopt these new rules, release updated place-based water planning guidelines, and have our first place-based planning grant solicitation. We're also working on updating our technical assistance strategy and technical assistance products. All right, so let's move on to our focus of today, which are the rules for place-based water planning. We're going to start this conversation with an overview of the rulemaking process and how we ended up with the proposed rules that we have today. As I mentioned before, we drafted a set of rules based on the 2022 report recommendations. We took those draft rules to a Rules Advisory Committee, or RAC, which began meeting in August of 2024. The RAC was made up of 23 different people representing a variety of interests from counties, cities, special districts, watershed councils, tribes, state agencies, and organizations representing in-stream and out-of-stream uses in environmental justice communities. Over half of the RAC had been involved in working directly with place-based planning collaboratives in the past, and you can find the full list of RAC members in attachment 1 of your staff report. The RAC met 4 times between August and November, each time tackling a new aspect of the proposed rules. Each RAC meeting was noticed via our Gov delivery system, and time was allotted during each RAC for public comment. The RAC provided excellent feedback and helped make significant improvements to the draft rules. After the RAC concluded, the new and improved draft rules went out for public comment for 45 days, and a public hearing was held on the draft rules on January 7th. After the close of the public comment period on January 15th, we updated the rules based on the comments we received, and those are the rules we've brought to you today. In addition to the public notice, we also did tribal engagement. We sent government-to-government letters and emails to each of the 9 federally recognized tribes, inviting coordination and consultation on the rules. We also invited each tribe to be a part of the RAC. We had 2 tribes represented on the RAC, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation and the Burns Paiute Tribe. We also invited formal and informal engagement and provided updates at the staff-to-staff Cultural Resources Cluster and Natural Resources Work Group. Okay, so now that we've gone over how we got to these proposed rules, let's discuss what is in them. I'm going to go over each section of the rules with you today. We recognize that the language of the rule is incredibly important and has specific implications, but we also didn't want to spend the whole presentation going through the 8 pages of the proposed rules line by line. So instead, I'm going to introduce each section and summarize it at a fairly high level, but if you want to find the specific language, that is in attachment 7 of the staff report.
Getting jumpy.
So the first section of the rules is the purpose statement, which just tells us what the rules are going to do. The purpose of these rules is to establish the administration of the Place-Based Water Planning Fund and the Place-Based Water Planning Program. They also talk about the process of state recognition and the way state recognized plans should be considered by the department and in the state's integrated water resources strategy. The second section of the rules is where the definitions live. There are 21 definitions in this section, but instead of going through all 21, I've selected just a couple to put on the slide and talk with you about today. The first of these describes what a planning collaborative is, which is the balanced representation of in-stream and out-of-stream water interests from the community that develop, implement, or update a place-based integrated water resources plan consistent with their shared governance agreement. This definition is related to the second definition on this slide, which is community, and that is the people impacted by the water resources of the planning area, entities with an interest or obligation related to water resources or ecosystems or impacted in the planning area, and federal, state, local, and tribal governments. The next couple of sections, starting with section 300, are related to the use of the Place-Based Water Planning Fund for grants. These are generally consistent with our other grant opportunities with some specific language related to place-based planning. In regards to the grant application process, grant solicitation will not only depend on the availability of funds, but also state agency capacity to support grantees and planning processes. The department may choose to use an interagency team to review applications, and as per statute, the director awards grants for this fund. The next section, section 400, outlines the 4 primary grant types available. This was developed as a direct result of the 2022 report recommendations. Those reports recommended having a step 0 to planning, which would help groups prepare and assess their readiness to engage in place-based planning. To support this phase, the department would offer Planning, Readiness, Evaluation, and Preparation, or PREP grants, which would be smaller grants with a lower barrier to entry. These grants would help more communities, especially those less resourced communities, get ready to start planning. The second grant type is the most like the pilot grants of the past, the plan development grants. The third grant type would be available after a plan achieves state recognition, and those would support post-plan coordination. These are specifically not project implementation grants, but are meant to support the ongoing collaborative coordination required for implementing a plan. The final type of grant would be available would be grants to support plan updates, but that is in the future. Section 500 talks about match requirements. These are similar in nature to our other grant programs, requiring that match be secured before disbursement of funds and that in-kind labor, including volunteer hours, can be counted towards match. Based on feedback we received during the RAC, we extended the amount of time we would give to grantees to secure a match to 18 months from the date of the award, which is 6 months longer than the standard 12 months of our other grant programs. The amount of match required will reflect program needs and will be included in the announcement of the grant funding cycles. Match can never exceed 50% and will realistically likely often be less than that. Section 600 outlines grant evaluation criteria. I'll note at the top here that there is the ability to add additional evaluation criteria in the future based on lessons learned in the administration of these grants, but the evaluation criteria in rule will always be a part of the application evaluation. For all grant types, applications will be evaluated on their approach to public participation and engagement of environmental justice communities, as well as any strategic priorities that are included in the grant solicitation materials. These strategic priorities could be from the IWRS, the department's strategic plan, or otherwise determined by the director. The next 4 slides will outline the application evaluation criteria specific to each grant type. So PREP grant application review will look at the applicant's commitment and expected ability to effectively engage a balance of in-stream and out-of-stream water interests on place-based water issues, and the need for the community to assess its readiness or prepare for place-based planning. Plan development grants will be evaluated on the convener and potential collaborative members' ability to meaningfully engage and collaborate in a neutral process over multiple years with the public, tribes, local governments, state agencies, and a balanced representation of in-stream and out-of-stream water interests. Commitment to a neutral process may be demonstrated in part through the use of a neutral facilitator. They will also be evaluated on the proposed data, technical information, and planning tools that would support the planning area, the value of place-based planning in the planning area, demonstration of a clear need for a plan, and finally, state agency capacity to support the proposed planning process. Post-plan coordination grants are only available to collaboratives with state-recognized plans, as I mentioned earlier. These applications will be evaluated on whether the pursuit of plan strategies and actions represent a balance of in-stream and out-of-stream water interests and a commitment to collaboration and place-based planning principles. For those plans that have had 2 or more years of implementation, progress towards implementation will also be evaluated. Finally, plan update grants are evaluated similarly to post-plan coordination grants with the addition of an evaluation criteria that looks at the need to update or develop new planning strategies or a demonstration of significant changes in local conditions, data availability, or climate change information that would impact the plan. Okay, moving on to grant agreement and conditions and distribution of grant funds. Section 700 and 800. These are very similar to our other grant programs. Some additional criteria for a grantee receiving place-based planning funding is that the grantee must also ensure a collaborative process, adhere to the principles of place-based planning in the IWRS, follow the process, content, and structure of planning provided by the department and necessary to meet the definition of a place-based water plan and place-based water planning, and pursue state recognition of any plan or plan update resulting from the collaborative's work. Okay, so that does it for the grant-specific roles. The next section, section 900, is focused on state recognition. It starts with the processes to obtain and maintain state recognition. The process to obtain state recognition is very similar to what we have done previously with the pilot groups. A plan is adopted by a collaborative through consensus. The plan is reviewed by the Water Resources Commission, an interagency plan review team, and the commission then makes the decision about whether or not to recognize the plan. Based on a recommendation from the 2022 reports, we have also included a process that requires a collaborative to actively maintain state recognition of their plan through biennial reporting on their progress. Plans may lose state recognition if reporting requirements aren't met, if progress made towards implementation does not align with the plan's implementation strategies or represent a balance of in-stream and out-of-stream water interests, or if the collaborative is no longer demonstrating a commitment to collaboration and adherence to the principles of place-based planning in the IWRS. The next part of the state recognition section focuses on what state recognition actually means. I'll preface this slide by recognizing that there have been many conversations about this in many different venues, and many people have many different opinions about what it should mean. We have done our best to interpret statute, listen to the RAC, and come up with some answers here. So statute says that the commission may adopt rules, including rules that describe how implementation actions outlined in a state recognized plan may be considered and supported. To that end, the proposed rules require that the department, in consultation with other relevant state agencies, identify, document, and communicate to a collaborative which plan strategies are consistent with an agency's missions, authorities, and priorities, and whether and how they may be supported by those agencies as resources and capacity allow. The statute also says that the Water Resources Commission shall consider state recognized plans when updating the IWRS. This has been further clarified in the proposed rules, which say that the department, in consultation with other relevant state agencies, shall identify and may incorporate common themes, critical issues, or individual strategies emerging from state recognized plans into updates and any associated work plans consistent with the agency's missions, authorities, and priorities, and as capacity allows. Moving on to public notice and comment, section 1000. Prior to any decision about grant awards and state recognition, the department will give public notice with a 45-day public comment period, along with written notice to county and tribal governments within a planning boundary. Section 1100 talks about agreements and contract authority. So the statute gives the director discretion to use these funds to further place-based integrated water resources planning by entering into agreements or contracting. The proposed rules reiterate that authority and add an additional transparency piece that requires reporting every 4 years, identifying potential ways to use that authority and documenting spending related to that authority. So section 1200 talks about the provision of technical assistance. Specifically, it requires the department to consult with other relevant state agencies and develop and maintain and communicate a system for receiving, prioritizing, and responding to requests for technical assistance to support place-based planning. And section 1300 is about program evaluation and requires the department to periodically conduct a program evaluation in consultation with other relevant state agencies, collaboratives, and other interested parties. Okay, that wraps up the rules overview. Whew. Okay, now I want to briefly summarize the public and tribal comment we received and then how we considered them in the proposed rules. So we received written and oral comments from 2 tribes and 9 individuals or groups. The majority of these comments were in support of the proposed rules with some suggestions for improvement. I'm going to pull out some major themes from the comments for the purposes of our discussion today, but you can find all of the tribal and public comments in full in the attachments 4 and 5 of the staff report, and a summary of the comments in department response in attachments 4 and 6 of the staff report. Okay, so starting off with tribal comments, we received comments from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation and the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde Community of Oregon. The first general theme was an interest in ensuring meaningful engagement from disadvantaged communities and regulatory agencies. There's some language around this in statute and rule, and the department plans to further clarify specific expectations around state agency roles and community engagement in the guidance. One tribe also expressed interest in contributing their expertise via participation on the application review team. Tribes will be contacted directly if they are within a proposed planning boundary and invited to provide input, but since tribes are an eligible recipient of grant awards, they would not serve on the application review team. Moving on to public comments, we received suggestions for ways to improve and clarify the rule language, including making sure the purpose statement was comprehensive and included elements outside of just the grant program, reorganizing the rules to follow a more intuitive structure, adding a process for how a collaborative might be notified if they were in danger of losing state recognition, clarifying the timeline of public notice, and other minor changes for clarity. We made these changes and they are reflected in the red line edits in attachment 7. We also received comments that talked about the value of state recognition and related state support for plan implementation. Some feel that this issue remains unresolved. Conversations over the last 10 years have shown that this is not an easy topic to find consensus around, but we believe that the rules provide more answers than were previously available and are within the scope of what statute allows. Some very concrete things to come out of these rules in regard to the value of state recognition is that it makes collaboratives eligible for additional post-plan coordination and plan update grants that were previously unavailable. It also commits the department to identifying strategies in the plan that it can support and requires that to be communicated to collaboratives, which has not been a requirement in the past. And finally, it requires state-recognized plans to be considered in the IWRS, which is also new. Additionally, there are other values to being state-recognized that cannot be captured in the rules, including things like relationship development, shared vision for action, its use as a communication tool, and as a competitive edge for funding opportunities. Another theme that we saw in the public comment was a concern that requiring match be secured before disbursement of funds is unnecessarily restrictive because place-based planning funds were often used as a magnet for other funding, and it often took time and effort for those sources to come through. Requiring that match be secured before disbursement of funds is standard practice for our grant programs and many other state funding opportunities that we looked at. This ensures that the investment of state dollars will result in a completed plan or project. If a group does not have adequate funding before they start, it can result in time off from planning while they look to fundraise, which can stall planning efforts. And one concern that we've heard is that longer planning times lead to planning fatigue, which we want to avoid. This concern about match was also brought up during the RAC, and we did consider other options at that time, but ultimately decided that the other options available would lead to an increased administrative burden on grantees, which was not ultimately justified. Instead, as I mentioned before when we talked about match, we increased the time that grantees have to secure match an extra 6 months so that they will have a total of 18 months to use the place-based planning fund as that magnet to secure additional sources of match. We also noted that match does not have to be just financial match. It can also be in-kind match, which includes volunteer hours, and we think this is especially appropriate for planning collaboratives. Finally, we do have the flexibility to require a lower percentage of match and can adapt that according to program needs. Other themes we saw in the public comments were that There weren't enough requirements in the rule for the frequency of different program elements, including grant cycles and program evaluation. Generally, we think these elements are more dependent on other factors, and including a time element would reduce our ability to be adaptable to respond to program needs. We heard that more standards for place-based water planning are likely needed. We will be providing more details regarding the standards outlined in rule in the program guidance, which will hopefully address at least part of this concern. We also heard a concern that there is the potential to exclude in-stream interest from the planning process. We examined the rule language in conjunction with the statute and concluded that there is no way to exclude in-stream interests from the planning process. The statutory definition of a place-based plan is that it is developed in collaboration with a balanced representation of interests and addresses in-stream and out-of-stream needs. In rule, a planning collaborative is defined as being made up of a balanced representation of in-stream and out-of-stream water interests from the community, where community is broadly defined. Additionally, all grant applications are evaluated on their commitment to or demonstration of representing a balance of in-stream and out-of-stream interests. Finally, there was a concern that the rule language is confusing and adequate public and tribal notice of the rulemaking was not given. We worked to make the rules clear and transparent as possible while also fulfilling the precise needs of rule language. And as with our other grant programs, additional guidance will be provided that meets department standards for readability and comprehension. In terms of adequate notice, we did make a concerted effort to notice the public about this rulemaking, including GovDelivery email notifications, posting on the public transparency website, and posting to the department website. As we talked about earlier, when I described tribal engagement, we also emailed and mailed formal letters inviting coordination and/or consultation on this rulemaking, and provided regular rulemaking updates with the Cultural Resources Cluster and the Natural Resources Work Group. And as a result, we had 2 tribes sit on the RAC and 2 provide public comment on the rules. Okay. Moving on to the final piece of the presentation today, and that is the racial equity and fiscal impacts of these rules. So we consulted the RAC on these pieces, and a full description of impacts can be found in the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, which is attachment 2 of the staff report. Starting with the fiscal impacts of these rules, the rules may positively impact the Oregon economy through grant awards and entering into agreements or contracts to support place-based planning. Planning participants are likely to experience varying impacts depending on their role in the planning process. For example, planning participants commit time and resources to support planning, which can include things like travel to meetings, meeting attendance, technical assistance, plan development, and organizational support. More details about the fiscal impact can be found in the Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. Almost there. In terms of racial equity impact, no unintended adverse consequences on racial equity are expected from the proposed rules. The rules require all grant applications to be evaluated on the applicant's proposed approach to public participation and engagement of environmental justice communities, which helps engage a larger coalition of community members and foster a more inclusive and equitable place-based planning process. Additionally, having state-recognized plans be considered in the statewide IWRS offers additional opportunity for diverse voices to have a further-reaching impact on statewide planning efforts. And that brings us to the last couple of slides of our presentation today, where I'll go over the 3 alternatives for the Commission to consider as you prepare to take action on these rules. So the first option is to adopt the final proposed rules as modified by the department following the public comment, which is represented in attachment 7 of the staff report. The second option is to adopt final proposed rules as modified by the Commission. And the third option is to not adopt final proposed rules and to request that the department further evaluate the issues. The director's recommendation is alternative 1, which is to adopt the final proposed rules as modified by the department following public comment. And with that, I will thank you all for your time and patience and open it up for any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Questions from the Commission?
It's getting to be that time of day where I don't trust my brain as much, so I may have missed this entirely. Did you address the comment about requiring a neutral facilitator versus preferring?
Chair Clemps, Commissioner Newman, That is a topic that came up in the RAC, and there were different opinions about whether or not it should be required or not. In the end, it is a way to demonstrate that you're committed to a neutral process, but having the requirement to spend money and hire a neutral facilitator, there were folks that thought that that was a role that could be filled by other people. And so it's a way to evaluate it was sort of like a middle ground that we found. It's a way to evaluate a commitment to a neutral process, but that it wasn't required.
Two other quick questions, Chair Clem. I'm curious on the match requirement. So let's see, this is 500, section 500. I just want to make sure I understand the language. It says department funding may not be released prior to secure commitment of the matching contribution. That means will not be released, right? Because then the next one says pending match funds must be secured within 18 months from the date of the place-based water planning award. So it gives a longer time, but does that mean that no funding will be released prior to commitment of the match? Or that some might early and then not all until later?
Yeah, Chair Clems, Commissioner Newman, thank you for the question. It does mean that we would not release any funds until we have proof that they have secured that match. And this is consistent with our other grant programs. If they have secured, and this can be in the form of a letter saying, we have secured 100 hours of volunteer time, this organization commits to these 100 hours of volunteer time, and we would count that as the secured match. So there's many ways to show that, but it is saying that that's correct. We would not release any funds until they have shown that amount.
I would probably make that a will as opposed to a may, just so that that's absolutely clear. You can handle that when we do a motion? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then my last question has to do with compensation for participation in these processes. I don't know if there's any movement towards trying to offer some funding for that purpose. And I know that, that could be happening completely apart from the department in the legislature, but it just seems like that was something that came up previously in the pilot projects, and I believe in some of the comments here too, that in order for the process to be truly collaborative and balanced, there are going to be interest groups or parties that don't have the resources to participate. I don't know if you know how you plan to address that.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Newman. Similarly to how, to the conversation earlier about reimbursing expenses for participants, the same will be true for place-based planning. And it's something that we have done in the past, that we're able to provide stipends for participation.
Thank you.
Or reimburse for stipends for participation.
Vice Chair Smitherman.
Yes, thank you for that very thorough report. Appreciate it. I think everything seems pretty straightforward. As we're talking about all these grants and we're talking about matches and the word securing, and I think you answered that with Commissioner Newman's question, to secure the grant, it'd be as easy as writing a letter saying you have 100 hours of volunteer time. Is that correct? Am I understanding that? Okay. So, and I'm sorry if this is dense, but I'm wondering, is there a state process for determining what an hourly rate is for a volunteer? Or is that based off of the local area, or is it some kind of calculation? I'm sorry if I don't know that.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner, or Vice Chair Smitherman. The answer to your first question is yes, you understood that correctly. In terms of the rate at which a volunteer hour would be reimbursed, that is something that we're looking into right now and will be developed for guidance.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. I mean, I think what I'm getting at is that you are trying to create a flow of funding that's not going to be prohibitive in them getting their boots on the ground and getting it started. So if they have 18 months to supply you with a letter saying, I'm pretty sure, I mean, do they have to have signatures of each of the volunteers, or is it just said, we've got confirmation by 10 volunteers for 100 hours, and maybe that's also what you're going to be figuring out as you develop the rules, but that was another question.
Vice Chair Smitherman, thank you for the question. Yes, I think the short answer is we probably wouldn't require each volunteer to submit, a signed letter, but an organization saying we have this many volunteers would be sufficient.
Okay, that's good to hear. It sounds like it's you'd be working with the groups to make sure that they're able to secure that funding and that match. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wolf and then Commissioner Newman.
So would there not be an advantage to structuring the language so that if you felt like circumstantially the match, releasing some of the funding or all of the match was guaranteed, could facilitate the process instead of slow it down? And just have a little bit more flexible language in the rules? Could that not be advantageous? Or do you look at that as inhibiting to what you're trying to do?
Chair Quemps, Commissioner Wolf, thank you for the question. We did look at other options for the match requirement. As Lily noted, there was a lot of conversation in the RAC and also amongst our grant team. We did look at that option for allowing reimbursement of funds at the rate that funds are secured. But we found that this would lead to an increased administrative burden on both the grantees and the grant staff tracking that. The proposed rules, the way we are proposing it is consistent with our other grant programs and, as Lily mentioned, with other state agencies. And as Lily mentioned, ensures that we get to the end of what they're proposing to do and that a group doesn't start and then have to stall out and try to go find those match dollars. We also have, with these proposed rules, the flexibility to not require a high percentage of match. So I think, for example, the prep grants, when groups are just getting started and evaluating their readiness for planning, we could set that rate very low, recognizing that they're just getting started. It's probably going to be harder for them to find match. So we could set that, match at, I'm just going to throw out a number, don't kill me, 10%, and that might be something that's easily met with volunteer hours. So that's our thought behind the proposed rules.
That's the flexibility.
That's the flexibility, yeah.
Commissioner Newman and then Commissioner Leah.
Language now.
No, I don't have another question.
Okay. That was the question that Woody asked, was the one that I had asked of staff. So I understand by being able to set the amount that makes it flexible. But the other question I had was, what is the amount of the, what you'll be offering this fall when you put the RFQ out or the RFP?
Commissioner Lee, that's a great question. It's something that we're working on developing. We currently have, it's something we're currently working on developing. We currently have $2 million allocated for the Place-Based Water Planning Fund. And so right now we're trying to figure out the process for figuring out how to allocate that funding between the, well, realistically 3 different grant types and when the timing for each one would make the most sense.
Commissioner Mall?
Thank you, Chair Quimps. I'd like to return to the match question. Given all of the flexibilities in match levels that could be adopted based on an application and things, I wonder if it might not be simpler to simply, for example, in that section 690-602, what if we just got rid of sub 2, just completely eliminated it? Because you would still have clearly an expectation of match and the ability to have match go up to 50%. And you have a definition of what eligible match requires. But to Woody's point, it's kind of an Occam's razor thing. If we really don't need it, why do we have it? And I'm not sure I understand that we really need it, that section 2, because we're in the application process going to have a lot of interaction with communities, the applicants on behalf of the community. So you're going to have a sense of what sort of participation there is, how broad it is, how objectives oriented the group is, all that sort of thing. And you work with them in that application to make it work. What underlies my consideration of this is, I mean, again, if you just look at the structure of this and you look at the comments that were made by the RAC, it's clear that once again, we are contributing to a structure that poses one group against another. And rather than having place-based planning communities for communities of place, we're really dealing again with communities of interest, positioning against each other to try to make sure they're not going to get something taken away. And I feel like something like the match, just eliminating that piece of it is just one tiny step in saying, folks, we're here to support you. You guys figure it out. Would that sit with people? I'm interested in other commissioners' thoughts on that.
I have a question. This is Commissioner Newman. Hello, Commissioner Mall. Are you suggesting then that if you eliminated paragraph 2 of section 500, there would be no requirement for the grantee to say anything about the match when they applied? I mean, it seems like what it's asking now is that the applicant either demonstrate that it's been secured or is being sought, which is, that's open-ended, and then the payment will not be made until the match has been secured. It seems like there's no protection for the department funds at all if we take out number 2 completely, but maybe I'm just not understanding your proposal.
Yeah, no, that's thanks for the clarification, Commissioner Newman. Yes, I am suggesting that we take a little risk on the department's funds, but that we hedge against that risk in the application process. And if we don't trust, based on their description of what match is already secured, what match is being pursued, what match is possible, then we don't grant it right up front. And so it's not an issue of, okay, we'll grant it, but now you got to do this, and then you got to do that, and now you have to pass this bar. It's, sorry, we're not going to grant it because we don't see you have your house in order. And we do that right up front, and that can be a part of the grant making process, and it doesn't have to be in rule that people are going to continue to fight over.
Does that mean you could eliminate the second sentence and keep the first sentence? Eliminate the second and third sentences and keep the first sentence?
Sorry, by sentence, you mean like number 1?
No, so in paragraph 2, sub 2, you could leave the first one. All applicants must demonstrate the required matching contribution has been secured or is being sought at the time of application. then you could take off the rest. I mean, would that answer your comment?
Sure, but I mean, you heard how low the bar is for quote demonstrating match. I'm just saying, look, let's be more encouraging in this and say, hey, bring match to the table, show us what it's going to be. But it takes us a bit of the mother may I out of it. But I do think that if you just kept the first sentence and got rid of the next two sentences, that gets a little, yeah, that makes it a little bit more workable. But if you're going to get rid of those two, why not get rid of the first one as well?
Is there a statutory requirement for match?
It's me, yeah.
Sure, if I may.
Sure.
Awesome. For the record, Kim Fritz Ogren. I am the Field Services Division Administrator, but was previously the Planning Collaboration and Investments Manager, and have worked in place-based planning since 2016. I just want to note from our experience in granting and for the commission to have sort of all of the understandings of the ramifications of including or not including different language. That it is, one will clarify that the statute says we may require match, so it is not required, it's not a shall required. The second piece is what I hear Commissioner Mall saying actually raises the standard and makes it more difficult for applicants if at the application stage you want more information about match being secured at that point in time. Currently, how we experience the grant programs is our applicants have told us it's really helpful at the application stage to have identified those pending matches, things that they're seeking, because unfortunately with all of the different funding programs, the timelines just don't add up. And so it's really hard at that application stage to have everything in order. And therefore you wouldn't, as you're making a decision, it'd be difficult to have all of that information. So I am I'd caution the commission to think about in trying to make things easier, it might make things more difficult for the applicant. I also wanted to note that part of the benefit of why we note that pending match funds must be secured within a certain time period of the award is that we have found in other grant programs that sometimes folks have great aspirations and they can't secure the match, and we have just a pending award out there for an indefinite period of time, meaning that those funds aren't available for others to access and use. And those programs, I think as folks said, 12 months, and this is a more generous 18 months. So I just offer that in the weighing of the balances of what requirements maybe to keep in rule or not.
One of the staff comments was that you anticipated it could increase the workload by not waiting to disperse final payment until the match is guaranteed. Is there any, to what degree do you believe that could happen? Would it become unmanageable, or just to a small magnitude of degree greater?
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Wolf, I think probably not unmanageable. I think we're also concerned with the administrative burden on the grantee as well.
Commissioner Mall, did you have another comment or question?
Yeah, just in response to Kim's good grounded perspective, I think it's important that we do think through how these things have rolled out, how the place-based plans have worked, and what contributed to 5 and 7 year processes, and the relative burdens of making a strong argument up front versus being after the fact. And I think, Kim, just what you described, that if we make an award and are waiting on secured match, that contributes to that later problem. Whereas if we're making an award up front based on a level of commitment and trust, and again, commitment to that community of place and not the community of interest battling over it, that does put more onus both, I think, on the applicant and on the communities, but also on the grant review team and the commission to recognize that, okay, we're not just giving money to anybody that says, hey, that sounds good to us, that we want to do it together from the get-go. But when we make the commitment, we write the check and we let them run with it. And we hold ourselves and the communities hold themselves accountable to deliver on that and not come back again saying, well, we need a little more and we need a little more, unless there's really good reason and they can demonstrate that they've met outcomes and have attracted additional dollars, which I think has been, it's the catch-22. It's hard to get rolling unless you get those initial dollars. And if you go asking for those initial dollars, the first thing people ask is, well, who else is contributing? And I do think for this particular program, place-based planning, if the commitment is to those communities, part of it is we just have to unwind. I mean, look at that comment about, the wisdom of an independent facilitator. On the surface, I think, sure, that sounds great. But what it says is you need somebody independent because you have a community of people that don't trust each other and you can't trust one to advocate on behalf. And what a sad statement I think that is. I think it's often true. I don't think it's always true. I think structurally in the state, the watershed councils have done a particularly good job of bridging those areas. And I think we've talked before about trying to make sure that place-based planning going forward doesn't go necessarily independent of work that's been done before. So again, full circle back to that. Let's ask people to give good thought to what they're going to do before they come forward asking for the money, and let's make the commitment and give them the money and let them run with it.
I'm not sure if this is a comment or a question, but did this kind of match thing, getting the ball rolling, was that kind of the impetus behind, kind of the prep grants? I mean, we used to have, for water projects and loans, we have the feasibility grants where you can figure out, can we really do this thing? Well, okay, on the planning, I was like, are we really ready to do this thing? Is that why you came up with that to kind of, okay, let's get the ball rolling with an easier, smaller grant? Was that the idea behind that? Because I think that's a wonderful way to kind of bridge this question. Because I think the issue is like, okay, you got a community that's never done this before, they don't know what to do, and yada, yada, yada. Okay, here's you a smaller grant, are you ready? What do you need to do to get ready? What's, what was the thinking behind that? Am I reading that correctly?
Commissioner Chiara, yes, you are correct. That is the thought behind prep grants, is that it allows a low barrier to entry, communities to come together and figure out, are we ready to do place-based planning? Is place-based planning right for us? And let's prepare and get ready to actually do it. And so that you're spot on. That is exactly what we were thinking.
Because I think we're all kind of thinking big place-based planning with this match without thinking that we've done possibly the prep grant ahead of this. Just my observation.
Thank you. Good point.
Chair Quemps, if I may, commissioners, I just wanted to, as I'm sitting here thinking about this, note that my example of the low barrier to entry with the in-kind match for a prep grant doesn't necessarily to apply to all of the types of grants that we're talking about here. So for a planning grant, it might be a larger amount. We might be requiring a larger match percentage. So it might be harder for folks to have that secured before they come to us. So just because I threw out that like, oh, it could be a really low barrier to entry for those grants, just wanted to note that this rule would apply to all of the grants, and so make sure that we're considering that. They might need some cash funds. They might not be able to meet that match requirement with just volunteer hours or a plan development grant. And Lily, please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
Commissioner Neal?
I'm sorry, I just have another question for Joe. When you say you want to kind of reward or enable the community of place to do these kinds of plans and not have the community of interest competing with each other, I'm not quite sure what you mean by the community of interest competing with each other.
It's Chair Clemps, Commissioner, it's a it's a Peter Pan pipe dream, probably. But my observation is that many of the decisions that we continue to make structurally, whether it is how the integrated water resource strategy is framed and structured, or how grants are structured, or the expectations we have of process with grants, is based on a fundamental assumption that we have at least two camps, primarily two camps. And they're generally the traditional water users withdrawing water and using them for some agricultural, urban, industrial use, and we have the in-stream. And those two communities are communities of interest. They're not communities of place. A community of place is a basin or a watershed or something like that. And all I'm suggesting is the more that we can do to not reinforce that, the better. I think that commentary is probably unnecessary to make a decision around something like this. But part of it also comes from participating in the Mid-Coast Water Planning Partnership and seeing how that dynamic chewed up immense amounts of time, simply because the time it takes to build trust in a community of place when you're starting with communities of interest around the table is geometrically longer. And so if from the beginning that community of place can have a pot of money where everybody can come together. And remember at the last commission meeting, I asked the folks out in the Harney, I said, you guys ever get together without an agenda? Just share a meal, just do something, because again, it's building that trust in a sector where we just don't have it right now. So I think whatever we can do to not have the participants worry about, are we going to meet this requirement and this other mother may I, in this case, just related to match, the better. It's one more, okay, we've got some walking around money that we can work with together on that I think would help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. And does that mean then that, I mean, it seems to me that that goes back to Kathy's point that if you have a low match requirement for that initial getting ready to plan phase, that's exactly what you're talking about. You know, it's like there's not a big match requirement, and if it's a fairly low barrier, it can be met by volunteer time or whatever, then you do get a pot of money to go figure out if you're ready for the next phase with the kind of trust that you have to have for that phase where you're really talking about the competing water users. And I think that, I mean, I appreciate what you're saying there. I also think that we just need to balance the fiscal, responsibility piece on the other end.
I agree. I agree with that. I think, and I'm arguing for accountability in terms of deliverables. I think the problem you run into with that assumption in reality is that things may start off great, and then you run into a problem, and it could be related to one of the participants starting to dominate things and people feeling like, wait a minute, now everything's going to their projects or their perspectives. And then you lose trust and people back away and you have to rebuild and those sorts of things. So it's not simply a linear, if you get it right from the get-go, it's perfect. You need to keep circling back and keep building trust and having that flexibility within to do it. So yeah, that's just been my observation of what's happened over the last 7 years. And it's not unique. Not unique to this. It's not unique to place-based planning. I think the water has its own color for sure. I have a completely different question, if I may.
Before you do, I think I better understand your point, but I'm not sure that removing that language addresses that dynamic in a social context in a planning forum.
I agree, Chair. It does not remove it. I would argue, however, that it does perhaps take a step in that direction.
Your next comment or question?
I was really surprised at the degree of comment on, well, what happens if we lose our status? And my question is, I think the way it works, the only way one of these communities could lose their status for a plan is it would require commission action, right? Because it's commission action that gives that. And I guess the way it's described, there would be a 2-year, some period of time where we would get reports that all of a sudden it wasn't working, and the commission would have to take action and say, that is no longer a recognized plan. Am I correct in that assumption? Because boy, that feels really awkward if that's the case.
Commissioner Moll, the language in the proposed rules doesn't require commission action. It's not something that we've thought about. We do have, if they don't report, they may lose their state recognition, and then we would communicate that to them that they are in danger of losing state recognition. But as it's written now, it does not require commission action to make that action.
We just require a failure to report.
Yeah, or any of the other two, I think there's three things that have to happen in that report. So they have to report, they have to indicate that progress is being made towards implementation, that progress aligns with the planned implementation strategies and represents a balance of in-stream and out-of-stream water interests, and that the collaborative is demonstrating a commitment to collaboration and adherence to the principles of place-based planning in the IWRS.
It looks like in the language of it is the department that would make the determination, not the commission. But it's not explicitly stated, but it can be inferred.
Yeah, that seems to be that I'm curious what Commissioner Newman thinks about this, and I'm not an attorney, but that sure seems to be a undercutting of commission power if the commission is taking an action and staff can could unwind it. And obviously, I don't think there's really any. It's just kind of funny to me. I was more surprised that people were that worried about it.
It seems like it would be better to be explicit about the meetings rather than implicit.
Right, I'm not your lawyer. I hesitate to. I mean, so you're saying, Joe, that you think, well, two things. When you first commented, I thought you were saying it would be awkward for the commission to come back in and say, oh, you guys are, we're going to take away your gold star. But what you're really saying is if the commission gave the recognition, then the commission should also take it away. If it's going to be taken.
Both. It feels like, I don't know, kind of feels like, I don't know, the federal Congress saying something's going to happen and the executive branch saying, no, it's not. But yeah, it seems like structurally, if ultimately the commission is the final decider on things, that the commission has to be the final undecider on it. And if we were put into that position, it would be an awkward. So it's both of those things in my mind. But this is minor in terms of moving the thing forward. But I do want to flag it, especially if that many RAC members were concerned about it.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes. I would think that if the staff approves it, like anything else, someone could come to the commission and state their case, and that could be overturned like anything else. So I think that both parts of that process would work.
I don't know if then that the decision becomes a final order of the department, and that seems weird and awkward. While I agree, Commissioner Mall, that it would be awkward to sort of be revoking recognition, it does seem clearer and cleaner if the commission is the one to make that decision, knowing that it would take a lot for the department to gather up that evidence and make a recommendation. So hopefully we won't be in that spot. But I don't know how logistically it would work if the department made it and what appeal could happen. I'm not sure.
So is it worth taking more time and making these processes explicit?
Okay, Chair Combs, I think that's a decision of the commission. So the commission could, come up with instead of it saying, if the department determines, we could change that and you could move forward with adoption, or as is outlined in the alternatives, you could tell the department to do some research and come back. It's really your call.
Commissioner Moll's got his hand up again.
No. Commissioner Mall?
I'd like to move that we move forward, but with the edit that I suggested that we remove in section 690, 602, 500. Is that paragraph 2? Whatever, the 2.
Eric, can you share the PowerPoint again?
And I apologize if I'm not following parliamentary procedure or Robert's Rules of Orders, but I just want to make it clear then that the intent in removing number 2 is that we would allow the release of funding, or we couldn't require folks to demonstrate that they have pending or secured match. We could release funding prior to any match being received, and there would be no timeline requirement. The intent is don't do these things, department, if we remove that text. Or are you just hoping for flexibility, Commissioner Mall?
If that's a question to me, I think that's correct. And in terms of procedure, in terms of Robert's rules, that was a motion, so.
So you need to.
Is there a second to that motion? Okay, seems like we do not have a second to that.
If there's no second, then I'd like to move adopt the final rules proposed as modified by the department following public comment in attachment 7 in the staff report.
Did you have it?
Yeah, I do not remember my Robert's rules, so I would move, I mean, I'm gonna say this and it's not right under Robert's rules. I would instead move that we adopt attachment 7, except that we replace the word may with will in the second sentence of 690-602-0500 sub 2. I don't know what you do with that in terms of Robert's rules as to what's on the floor right now.
Its motion failed without.
I withdraw my second motion.
So Commissioner Newman's motion would, I think, address your second motion, Commissioner Mall, with the exception that amends language change from may to will. Correct.
Right, and then we leave the department as the decider on this recognition.
We're not touching that. That's,
Yeah, okay.
is there a second for that motion?
That's a one either.
It's not clear. I think the commission do have a motion.
Can you call out that sentence again, please, where it goes from may to will?
Yes, so in the, let me say it. So I would move that we adopt the director's recommendation of alternative 1, thereby that the commission adopt the modified proposed rules as reflected in attachment 7 with one change, and that is in 690-602-0500 sub 2, in the second sentence, we replace the word may with the word will.
So department funding will not be released prior to.
So it basically goes back to what they were recommending, but with that clarification that may doesn't mean maybe in that case.
Is that, may I ask a question, Chair Quemps?
Go ahead.
Is this, Commissioner Newman, is this so that we can be consistent with sub-item 1 language as we're using shall? And being more consistent in sub 2? And I see that as changing it from may to will. Kind of
Yes,
reduces the ambiguity of it.
correct.
Okay.
And implements what staff was recommending.
Yeah.
And
Because otherwise someone could read that and maybe file an appeal of some kind because it says may instead of will.
Yeah, or they could just ask.
Right, I guess that too. But again, to me, it does sound like staff is doing everything they can to make this as flexible as possible, in my opinion. Now I'm just talking. I need to think more. Thank you.
So into your talking, is it correct that this gets to your point that this applies to all categories, even the prep? So at the prep, you want that may language? Is that why you have it in there?
Chair Combs, I'm not sure why it's in there. I don't see on first reflection any issues with changing it. The prep grants would also be structured in the same way. There just might be a lower required match.
The intent was to have shall or will and the wrong words in there.
Yeah, the will follows the shall, yeah. So it's consistent. Okay.
second the motion because stated by Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Kahara. So proposed by Commissioner Newman, second by Commissioner Kahara. I'll start online. Commissioner Mall.
No.
No. Commissioner Smitherman.
Yes.
Commissioner Newman.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
No.
Commissioner Wolf.
No.
Commissioner Kahara.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. 4 yeses, 3 noes. So motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Quick ones.
Commissioner Mall.
Yeah, just again, post-vote, just want to extend my thanks to staff and encouragement again that in the implementation of this going forward, you just take us at our word in terms of supporting the flexibility that you can use to work with grantors to get good projects out on the ground. Thank you.
Are we ready for the director's report? We have time to complete that.
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, for the record, Ivan Gall, Director for the Water Resources Department. We've got some extra time this afternoon, so I'll go ahead and provide the director's report, which was scheduled for tomorrow morning. I'm going to go ahead and really skip over what was included in the written director's report. I'll assume if you have any questions on that, I'm happy to take those. What I'd like to do is go through a number of other items here to bring you up to date on some of the happenings with myself and the agency, and I think some exciting opportunities that lie in front of us here over the next year or so. First, starting out with some tribal interaction. Doug and I and Mike McCord, who's the Northwest Region Manager here, will be meeting with the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde on March 26. That's an informal meeting with their Board of Trustees there to just answer general questions that they may have and present what the department's up to. Also, going back to the prior tribal visits with the directors of ODFW and the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, the three of us, including myself, will be traveling out May 15th to meet with CTUIR on May 16th in Pendleton there. So we're excited to be able to do that. That meeting was scheduled earlier this year and we had to postpone it. As you know, our next commission meeting is going to be in Pendleton. Opportunistically, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife is also, their commission is meeting in Pendleton on the same couple of days. So staff have been working to schedule a joint tour for the Water Resources Commission and the Fish and Wildlife Commission on Thursday morning. So we'll spend about a half a day out in the field touring parts of the Umatilla Basin. Right now, that tour looks like it will include Mackay Reservoir and some restoration work around Birch Creek. And we'll be doing that with the Fish and Wildlife Commission. We'll then have lunch, and go ahead and start our regular commission meeting on Thursday afternoon and finish up on Friday there. But excited to be able to get together with another commission there who, as you know, has much overlap in the water world here as well. The Land Conservation and Development Commission Chair, Anjali Halava, and Brenda Bateman, Director of the DLCD Board, or DLCD, excuse me, sent a letter to Chair Quemps and myself on February 10th or 12th. They are proposing that we explore holding a joint commission meeting in early 2026. That joint meeting would give each commission the opportunity to consider the linkage between land use and water, talk about emerging issues, and explore opportunities for future partnerships. Staff right now are looking at dates in late February 2026, but I wanted to just check in with all of you, confirm your interest in doing so there. But as we're working through some of these priority areas on the integrated water resources strategy, and looking at Governor Kotek's desire to increase the housing supply here in Oregon, this nexus between land use and water seems to be coming up in that development realm there. So I think I'll pause there and just check in with folks if they have any thoughts or concerns about us spending some time with LCDC.
I think that it's critical that we do in this session. There's 342 land use bills, and I hear from the department almost 600 water bills. That's 28% of all the bills out there, so you can see how critical that is.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I think it's overdue. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I agree.
Commissioner Mall and Vice Chair Smitherman?
You're not watching my emojis? Do they not show up online? I keep doing these hallelujah ta-da party emojis.
I was wondering what that was.
Couldn't be happier.
Well, if somebody would oppose it, it'd be Joe.
That's great to hear, Commissioners. We'll go ahead and keep working with our staff and staff at DLCD to get that scheduled. We'll make sure that you also have the time available. Right now, it's looking like that last week of February probably would be a Thursday, Friday there. So we'll continue to work on that and firm things up. We had an email sent out to you. The irony of this, of course, is that we sent this email to update our email system because the current email system is failing. And so I hope you got that email. We have heard back from several of you, but our intention is to establish, the department would establish a new Gmail account for each of you, specifically for Water Resources Commission business. There was an information sheet sent along with that email that just talks about some of the responsibilities of that. These would be public records that come into you. And in the event of a public records request, we would need to be able to access that information. So my suggestion would be that you just save everything that comes into that. And in the event that we do get a public records request, we'd be able to help you share that information, anything that's responsive to the public records request there. So if you can all look to find that email. If you do have trouble with it, we can resend it. And just please reach out to myself or Mindy or Cassidy and let us know if you have any concerns about that. I want to make sure at the December meeting, I had the pleasure of being able to introduce Kim Fritz-Ogren as the new division administrator for the Field Services Division. That was a very exciting promotion for us here at the department. This time around, as you're well aware, Dwight French retired here. His last day was February 28th. We have hired Katie Ratcliffe to be the new division administrator for the Water Rights Services Division. She brings some great experience to us. She came from a consulting background, had multiple years at the Oregon Department of Energy, and then was the manager for our water rights section. And so we're really excited to have her in that new role. She's bringing some great energy, management skills and some ideas to help us navigate the very keen focus on our water right transactions that we're seeing, and go through that modernization process with us. So I'm going to go ahead and stop there, and I'll take any questions you have on any of the director's update material.
Questions or comments from the commission?
As usual, it seems like it's been a very busy time.
Chair Quimps, Commissioner Kahar, it has been very busy. I can't say enough about how hard our staff are working to keep up with the legislative session plus our normal workload. Very pleased that we're off to a good start with this year's snowpack. The water year seems to be shaping up pretty well in many of our basins. So that may provide some sought after relief for some of the drier conditions we've been experiencing over the years. But there is a lot going on. And so, again, just thankful for all the resources that staff have been able to bring to the table to kind of keep the process moving forward here.
Regarding the joint meeting with, in February of 26, I'm very interested in seeing the commission have that. As you know, I'm scheduled to term out soon. And I know there had been talk in the past about, I think there's 3 of us that are going to term out this year, asking people to maybe stay on a little bit longer for staggering. I haven't heard anything specific on that lately. That, you know, it's something I could maybe do for a short period, but I'm just curious where that might be and what other commissioners are thinking along those lines.
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, happy to address that. I actually checked my list, and I'm not sure I had that noted that you weren't going to be around after June. So I've been working with the governor's office. Right now, new appointments to the Water Resources Commission, because of the backlog of work for other commissions and boards, has been put off until September of 2025. Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Wolf and Commissioner Mall have all agreed to, all agreed to be re-upped for additional terms. And, Commissioner Mall is going to be willing to stay on for 1 to 2 years longer, as will Commissioner Kahara there. And then Wolf, Smitherman, and Lee are up for renewal for another 4-year term. One of the issues that we're trying to navigate with the governor's office is that over the years, just because of the way the numbers worked out, a number of the commissioners were appointed in the same year. And we, in an ideal world, we don't have a large onboarding and offboarding of commissioners on any given year there. And so we're trying to get some stagger of those built back into it. And Commissioner Kahara and Commissioner Mall volunteering to stay on to help us with that is really much appreciated. But the re-upping of the other 3 commissioners would be taken up at September.
Any other questions or comments?
Chair Quimps, members of the commission, thanks for your time. Sorry for the various issues we dealt with this morning, but I think we'll be in better shape tomorrow morning to get going. We'll have a bit of a truncated schedule there, so we should be able to get you on the road earlier. And with that, I'll go ahead and step aside. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we return to agenda item I, approval of meeting minutes, and I think Commissioner Wolf got a correction that needs to be made.
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from December 12th and 13th meeting with the correction that commissioners on both days be Meg Reeves be changed to Janet Newman to reflect who is actually there.
I second.
Second.
Yes.
Moved by Commissioner Wolf, seconded by Commissioner Kahara. Commissioner Mall,
Yes.
Vice Chair Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Newman,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Wolf,
Yes.
Commissioner Kahara,
Yes.
and myself vote yes, so that passes. Thank you. And we didn't even call it the chair leaves. We haven't had it.
I haven't been here that long.
Okay, with what remains on the agenda, it seems like it's, unless we have any public comment, probably best to adjourn early today and take up budget and legislative update tomorrow morning at 8, and then the commissioner comments after that. Sound good? Nope, so there's no public comments at this point. Okay, we will adjourn for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. Sorry I can't be there.
Same here. See you tomorrow.
See you too.